have yearned for your tender caress to bind our fortunes. Damn what the stars are, rend my heart open, then your love profess, a winding, weaving fate to which we both atone. You flee, my dream come the morning, your scent, berries tart, lilac sweet, to dream of raven locks and twisted stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep. The wolf I will follow into the storm to find your heart, its passion displaced by our ever-growing, hardening into stone, amidst the cold to hold you in a heated embrace. You flee, my dream come the morning, your scent, berries tart, lilac sweet, to dream of raven locks and twisted stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep. I know not if fate would have us live as one, or if by love's blind chance we've been bound. The wish I whispered when it all began, did it forge a love you might never have found? You flee, my dream come the morning,
I'm vibing!
your scent, berries tart, lilac sweet,
I'm vibing!
to dream of raven locks and twisted stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep.
Shout out to the chess club. We're aiming for a controversial 7 out of 10.
Nobody serenades you but me, Bats. Take it away, boys. Take me on home to the asylum.
That's definitely what's up.
Never alone in the asylum.
I'm vibing!
Anarchy ruled. It was wild, but through it all you never smiled. Joke's on you. I'm in your head, so look who's laughing now.
But something's wrong with the game.
Arkham City.
Shout out to the chess
I
club.
killed your girl. So pretty.
Never gonna find it.
That was the night you let me die. But when I looked you in the eye, that's when I knew we'd be together. Look who's laughing now. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. Ah, I feel you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you. I am the clown, prince of crime. And we've had a hell of a time. You're part of me, I'm part of you. And now there's nothing left to do. I just can't wait till I'm in control. Who'll be laughing then? I drove you round the bend and I'm laughing. I'm with you till the end and I can't stop laughing. I killed all your friends and I can't stop laughing. Oh yeah, I think I can taste your fear. Now that my time is near, I'm in your blood, I'm so alive. I only wish you'd let me drive. It won't be long till I make you kill. Who'll be laughing then? Barbara's dead and I'm laughing. Ah! Jason Todd's dead and I can't stop laughing. I'm even dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you. I drove you round the bend and I'm laughing. I'm with you till the end and I can't stop laughing. I killed all your friends and I can't stop laughing. I'm cock-a-doodle-doo. All because of you. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. Ah, I fill you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. I filled you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you. There's nothing like a comeback, is there, Matt? Let's go again.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Whether it's morning or afternoon or evening, midday, perhaps an early lunch, whatever it is, I'm glad that you're here. Welcome. Hello, everyone. Hopefully you have had a good couple of days. I've been rocking and rolling. Something kind of fun happened this morning, so that was cool. Finally, we got an acknowledgement that an announcement for GTA 6 will be announced. So we have an announcement for an announcement, which is kind of hilariously stupid, but that's just where we are now. Is that for these really big games, you get an announcement that we're going to have an announcement, which will announce the game that is not yet out. Probably won't even get a release date that means anything. But early December, we should be getting some clear news as to GTA 6. Now, somebody was asking, do they announce GTA 6 at the Game Awards? That's one where I honestly am not sure. I think they could. I don't think they need to. And honestly, if Jeff Keighley has any sense, I don't think it would be fair to everything else in the show that gets announced if GTA 6 is announced there, like the trailer is dropped there. Because let's be honest, nobody's going to talk about anything else. If they announce oh, look at this, we have an exciting new game from the team behind Psychonauts 2, it's just going to be drowned out by GTA 6 articles and stuff. So I hope they announce it December 1st or 2nd, give it a week to be the center of attention, and then we get the next stuff. That's what I hope is the case. But I guess we'll see. Fingers crossed, right? Let's see. Icy Dicey 210 discovered your YouTube last week, spent countless hours watching many of your vids and led me here. Much love from San Antonio, man. Love the content. Thank you, my friend. I actually lived in San Antonio for a year when I was very little. All I remember about it was the big freaking tornado descending from the sky. I was probably 2 or 3, but I have an image of a green sky with the funnel of the tornado spinning down. And I just remember losing it as a little bitty kid. And I was confused why my parents were so chill. I remember that. So good memories, right? But no, it's I did spend time in San Antonio. I spent a lot of time in Texas, but San Antonio I think was only a year, as far as I understand it. They said the next GTA game. Yeah, they have very carefully avoided saying GTA 6, and I think it's because they are going to try to move away from the naming scheme. I think this is just going to be Grand Theft Auto. That seems to me what they're doing. And it's probably because they're going to be moving towards a perpetual live service thing where GTA 6 gets expansions, but not
Stefan Konstantin Dimitrashe donated Ron 25 through Super Chat.
Thank you, Stefan.
So here is the roadmap for our roadmap.
Yeah, exactly. Welcome to gaming in 2023. We have a roadmap for the roadmap to fix the original roadmap that was actually broken because we didn't think it would be this broken because our initial roadmap said that it wouldn't be. We don't know what happened. That's gaming right now. Yep. Sure is. Also, shout out to Sean Dara for the extremely stupid generous tip through PayPal. If anybody else is interested, just like in the link tree that's linked in the description boxes and everything, it has a link to direct donations to me and the team that makes all of this possible without like as big of a cut being taken by Twitch or YouTube or anything. I sent an extremely generous tip through that of just about $200, which makes him the actual Pogger champ of the stream thus far. So Poggers in the chat for Sean. Poggers for Sean. Faux Inform. Yes, we are in fact co-streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, we're up to 9 followers on Kick. We're on our way, XQC. Watch out. It was one of those things, like we could just flip the switch and like turn on streaming on Kick. So I was like, yeah, why not? Even if one person prefers watching on Kick, sure, why not? But yeah, it was pretty funny. Alphatron, thank you for the 2. The next GTA will serve as a platform like COD. Yeah, that's my understanding too. I don't think that they're going to be doing this like GTA 5, GTA 6, GTA 7. I think they're just going to do GTA, and they're going to try to treat it kind of like World of Warcraft, where it's GTA. And it might get expansions, new areas, stuff like that. But yeah, it seems like they're moving away from the number scheme for whatever reason. Francisco, thank you. Every time I hear the name Francisco, I think of Elf. Francisco
C donated $4.99 through Super Chat.
Dab.
How much separation do games need to release next fall? Educated guess, next year if GTA releases next year.
I think, honestly, I think at least a month bubble for a game as big as a Rockstar title. Honestly, I think Assassin's Creed Odyssey released just a little under a month before Red Dead Redemption 2, and it was totally overshadowed. It ended up having sort of a resurgence, and they ended up being okay, and still selling millions and millions of copies. But it took a little while, and they were frankly pretty lucky to kind of pull out of it. So I would say like a month to a month and a half before at the very minimum. And then as for after, it probably takes people a month to play through it. We'll see what the story mode in GTA 6 or whatever they end up calling it is like. Probably not as big as Red Dead Redemption 2. I would guess that the main campaign is probably akin to GTA 5 and it's like 25 to 35 hours. But we'll see. I still think like it'll be all anybody's talking about for like 2.5, 3 weeks. Like Starfield was nowhere near as big as GTA is going to be. And it seems like that's all anybody would talk about for like a month straight. So that'll be my guess. Jonathan's going to leak new AC Red info tonight. Oh, really? Really, Guyver? That's interesting. Thank you for the 2. Yeah, Jonathan, if you guys don't know, Jonathan is the guy that's like gotten a lot of inside information about Assassin's Creed stuff. He has some real connections. So that's interesting. Did he announce that he was doing that? If you have a link to it, I'd love to see it. Let's see. Oh, and Sean again with another one. Jesus. I just saw, I'm already falling behind in chat. Oh God.
Sean Dara donated $50
Sean,
Australian
top of the
dollars
morning,
through
Toya.
Super Chat. Hey man, still on holidays Cup of Joe and the best YT show on the road.
Thank you, my friend. And yeah, I'll tell you what, I woke up this morning also craving a Mad Cup of Joe as well. We only had this like cold brew stuff that Nikki got that's in the fridge. It's like already in the bottle, cold brew with like a little bit of milk mixed in. It's good. It's not the same as like a hot cup of coffee. But when we moved, we threw out the coffee maker because I mean, let's be honest. There's some like little, I think I got it for $15 at Walmart 6 years ago or something. It was our coffee maker before. And I was like, maybe it's time to like get a new one because it's like the glass decanter thing is cracked down the middle, so you have to pour it very quickly, otherwise it leaks. As I'm describing it, I probably should have thrown it out a long time ago, but I mean, it brewed coffee, so who cares? But thank you again for the extremely generous super chats, Sean. Jesus Christ. Is it what I'm wearing again? Is it the I Am Groot shirt? All my normal shirts are in the wash. So I had to wear a graphic tee. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? I haven't played an AC game in 10 years. Uninstalled Mirage after the first mission in Baghdad. Had to kill every guard to complete the mission. So clunky they've completely lost what made it special. That, and I would also bet that, like, for most gamers, their tastes have also kind of changed. When you go back and you play some of those old school Assassin's Creed games, you're going to be surprised at how janky they feel. I mean, I would not call Assassin's Creed 1, like even like Brotherhood 2, certainly not Assassin's Creed 3. Like, I wouldn't call any of those graceful or smooth. Like, they're all really clunky, but it's really easy to look back with rose-tinted glasses, and I think we all have the tendency to do that. Saif, do you have an OLED TV, and what's your opinion on them and the best brands that make them? Sony, Samsung, LG. My understanding is the best OLED on the market right now is Samsung's top-of-the-line model, like the 940 SB or something like that. It's their hybrid OLED with the micro LEDs in the back panel. So you get the brightness of an LED, but you get the contrast levels of an OLED. That's like top of the line if you want the best of the best. Other than that, I usually would recommend LG because the software is so much better. I have a Sony OLED, and the typical consensus is color accuracy. Like if you're a cinephile, go Sony. If you are putting the TV in a bright space, go Samsung. And for every other use case, go LG. That's usually what it would be like. When I was selling TVs at Magnolia Home Theater, that was kind of our rule of thumb. Bright rooms, always Samsungs. They're really, really bright. But if you want ease of use, LG can't really be beat. And Sony tends to be like really color accurate with their TVs, but that doesn't always mean that they look the best to the average consumer. Most average consumers prefer like brighter TVs that are a little more poppy, but might not be accurate to what the film truly looks like, you know? So, good question. Icy Dicey, thank you for this on Twitch. Watched your Mafia vid on all 3 games last night. Made me re-download them. Also, you getting tipsy off the wine at the end made me laugh. Yeah, I'll be real. I really like Mafia. I'm hoping... What is the studio's name? Hangar 13? I think that's their name. I'm really hoping that they come out swinging, because Mafia Definitive Edition is like... it's like a masterpiece in and of itself, and to see what they're doing next, I mean, I'm eagerly awaiting that. That's one of those sneaker announcements. Like if they did that at the Game Awards, I would be so pumped about that. If they announced the next Mafia game, oh dude, I'd lose it. Hisense is okay. Yeah, Hisense is really good. I actually have a Hisense ultra short throw projector in the theater room that's like 110-inch screen, laser projection craziness. It's ridiculous. Like it's so cool. I have had 2 different groups of people come over for like game nights or stuff, and they've seen that projector from Hisense, and they're so impressed they go out and buy one. Like my in-laws did it, and then like my wife's stepbrother did it as well, where he came in, saw it, was like, oh my god, that's amazing, and they went out and bought their own. Like it's crazy. What's the name of it? I also have it in my link tree. Let me see. All my links in the description. We do this. When you go to my link tree, it looks like this, and it's this down here, my 110-inch gaming screen. If you click on that, it'll take you to my partners over at Projector Screen. And this is the thing. I mean, it is insane. Like, it's actually crazy. I don't understand how it works. It blows my mind every single day. But seriously, this thing is freaking amazing. Like you can just have a 110-inch 4K bright screen with the right projector screen, of course, but like a 4K 120 hertz display that's 110 inches diagonally. Like it's ridiculous. So do recommend if you can afford it. It's very nice. Well, and it's 2K though. But you also have to ask yourself, how much would a TV be that size? A TV that size is like well over 10 grand. So that's, as far as cost, it's actually way more cost effective to do this if you're going for that size. Again, it's not for everybody because it is expensive, but if you can afford it, man, it's nice. Oh, Jesus, Sean. Sean likes the Groot shirt. I'll tell you what. Jesus, Sean. Sean Dada just gifted 5 memberships to the community. Welcome, everybody. Now you have the member badges and stuff. You get access to those red flag emotes, red flags in the chat. And you also get access to members-only streams, which we are about to kick off again here through the end of the year for some private gaming sessions and stuff where we're going to play with members and subs over on Twitch, which is going to be good fun. How long did it take you to build the Titanic? That we built it on stream. I think it was like a week and a half, 2 weeks. Granted, we were only streaming like 3 days a week. So it was like 3 days a week, probably building it for 2-3 hours a stream, half distracted. But it took a while. This thing is something insane, like 10,000 pieces. So it's a lot. I showed you in the last stream, you can actually remove a piece and separate it out so you can see each deck, which is pretty damn cool. So that thing's super cool. The other one we have to build, let me show you this. Hold on. Let me show you the other one. I found it. Hold on. Oh God, it's heavy. This was sent to us by Mark, another member of the community. He really liked the Lego streams of building the Titanic and stuff. So he was like, let me hook you up with another one. And this is Gringotts Bank, complete with like the cave systems underneath. And yeah, it's pretty insane. So this is our next big building project. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. I'm mainly just waiting. I have bookshelves coming. I think they get delivered on Friday. And once those come, I'll have a place to put all this stuff. So then I can justify building it. But as for right now, like, I don't know where I'm going to put it, you know? Did Luke do a Hassan? Yeah. Oh, God, Hassan. Oh, man. Lego life-size Todd Howard. I wonder. No, I won't. It'll derail the stream. I was gonna ask like Dolly or Midjourney if they could make a Todd Howard Lego sculpture, like a picture of a Todd Howard Lego sculpture. They probably could, but I know I would just spend half an hour messing around with that, and that might not be exactly the content that you're looking for. So I will be patient and wait. Dude, you're in great shape. Do you work out daily? That's news to me. No, we do have a gym membership. We try to go as much as we can. We do nightly walks to the park with the boys and stuff. But yeah, I wouldn't call myself a gym rat. At least not right now. We'll get to it eventually. We'll work our way up. Stefan, thank you.
Stefan Konstantin dummy trick is now a red flag. Rockstar claims GTA 6 will revolutionize entertainment. Do you think they will integrate streaming services straight in the game? Like Spotify Radio?
I have a sneaking suspicion that might happen. I wouldn't be surprised if they did that, because one of the things with a lot of these games, and I'll get to your super chat as well, Kinomansky, in just a second. If you guys remember, I think it was Mafia 2. Mafia 2 had some amazing music in it when it launched. Like, we're talking OG, like Elvis tracks from the like 50s, early 50s. All sorts of crazy cool music in it that was just delightful. Like, just delightful. Let me see if I can find... I just want like some gameplay footage. I don't know, this is a side-by-side comparison from Gamers Nexus, but I mean, they had some amazing music as you're like driving around in the city, and it was just great. But they ran into a little bit of an oopsie where a lot of the licenses for their music expired because the game came out in what, like 2010, 2011 or something, maybe even earlier, maybe like 2007. I don't know. But the game came out like a decade ago, and so a lot of the music licenses expired. So they had to send out a patch to strip out the music from the game because they didn't have the licenses for it anymore. And so a lot of people ended up like manually unchecking auto update in their console settings and on Steam for it and stuff because they didn't want the music removed because the licenses expired. And the same thing happened also I think I'm thinking actually Mafia 3. Because Mafia 3 is set in the 60s. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Oh yeah, look at this. Look at this Luke video from just a little while ago. Look at that. Come on. Where's my face? Look at that. Was this when I was doing 4K? Yeah, I filmed it in 4K. I tried to do this for a couple of videos, but we ran into a bit of a problem because the cameras kept overheating. And as much as I liked the look of 4K, having cameras melt was not my favorite. But yeah, I think it was Mafia 3 that had all the music stripped out. I think I mixed up 2 and 3 with the licenses. But yeah, Mafia 3 got an update, had all of the music stripped out. That was copyrighted, that they lost the licenses for. So if GTA 6 can come along and just give you like, make it so you have to sign into Spotify and then you're playing Spotify, like when you select a speaker for the app to play, you just select GTA 6 or GTA, whatever they call it. That could be cool. I mean, it would suck for people that don't have premium. Like, yeah, I mean, it would suck because then you're playing a game that you paid presumably $70 for, and you'd have to listen while you're listening to music, listening to actual ads play through Spotify, which would be a little toxic, but whatever. Wouldn't put it past them though. Yeah, and whenever I hear a company like Take-Two Interactive say that a game they're about to put out is going to revolutionize entertainment, it does worry me because it makes me wonder, does that mean that they're integrating a lot of that stuff? Are they integrating like, oh, Netflix, you can sign into Netflix on your in-game TV and watch Netflix in the game. So you never have to leave the game to enjoy other streaming services and stuff. I wouldn't put it past them to do that. It seems insane to me if you are playing a video game and you want to watch Netflix, just watch Netflix. Like, what are you doing? I don't get it, but that's possible. It could also, to give them the benefit of the doubt, maybe they just mean that honestly it's just going to be a really good game and they think it's going to revolutionize entertainment. Hopefully that's what it is. Well, I mean, I guess we'll just see. But it's so realistic with real ads. Well, yeah, didn't they? You guys will have to tell me because I don't know. I don't watch basket hoops. I don't play sports ball or anything. So I don't know, but I remember Take-Two mentioning that they were going to try to add commercial breaks, real commercial breaks into Take-Two's NBA 2K games. Did they ever do that? Did they keep it? I don't know if they did. I know they were talking about it, where like you're playing a match in the basketball game, and then normally during a real game, there would be a commercial break, and in the game, they wanted to have actual commercial breaks in the video game. They didn't? They got rid of them? Okay, good. But like that was something that they were going to do. and I think they patented it and they got all this stuff ready for it. And I don't know if they put it in for a test drive or something, but yeah, they were going to do that. And I wouldn't be surprised if they do similar stuff for GTA as well. Like GTA is one of those games, and I'm convinced that if you have certain games that are just really, really good, people will forgive pretty much anything. Like, as long as the game is amazing, people will look past all the other crap that goes along with it. Nintendo, best example. They are objectively a pretty slimy company. Like, they screw over their creators, they screw over their community, they make it like no other company does this, where they have the Nintendo creator program thing, where if you want to post gameplay footage or reviews and stuff of their games, you have to sign up for this program, and then they'll do you the favor of not striking your content. They'll share the revenue with you, which, how is that any different than like a mafia boss? Topical, right? A mafia boss coming along and being like, hey, if you pay your dues, I won't have to break your legs. I'm being very generous right now. If you give me the money, I won't have to break your legs. It's like, well, could you just not take my money and also not break my legs? No, that's not how it works, man. That's not how it works. Like, Nintendo's horrible, but the games they make are great, so everybody just kind of forget about it. It's whatever. It's just shut up, you know? So, yeah, I think some companies can get away with that. The other thing they could get away with, bringing back Kinomansky's super chat, thank you for the 279 Canadian. Do you think Take-Two will price GTA 6 at $80? Thanks for existing. Thank you for existing, my friend. I think what they probably do, $70 for the standard, but I think what they do is they do like a 5-day early access, like a big early access for the $120 edition. And let's be honest, a ton of people are going to pay that. Like, so many people are going to do that. That's what I think. So I think they'll do the standard edition. So then they're like, see, we did the standard. It's great. Because one of the other things that came to my attention is apparently some companies like Xbox and PlayStation, they have recommended MSRP, or I guess just MSRP because it's market suggested retail price. So they have their MSRP guidelines. And some of these stores, there's a question in certain jurisdictions if you would actually be allowed, according to the policies of the stores, to sell a game for more than what their MSRP is. I don't know if that's true. That's just what I read in an article about pricing on games on some of these markets in outside districts, like in certain areas in Asia or South America. There's problems with that. But let's be honest, as far as I understand it, there's no guidelines or limitations on how you can price additional tiers of games, but you have to have the standard edition land at a certain spot. So if that's the case, and that is an actual kind of restriction they're facing, just do the standard edition at $70 and then come in and offer 5-day early access or a week early access, or hell, 2-week early access, something just insane for $120, and a lot of people will do it. Let's be, I'm calling it now, like millions and millions and millions and millions of people will do it. Do you think Game Pass will try to pick up GTA 6, sell early access for $35? To get GTA 6 on Game Pass day one would require billions. Maybe $1 billion. At least $1 billion, I think. Because we saw, I think they said there were those leaks that came out during the FTC stuff. And we saw a sheet of what the expected price was going to be in order to buy exclusivity from some of these games. And what was fascinating is that some of the games, like, they were expecting to only need to pay $5 million, I think it was, to get Baldur's Gate 3 on Game Pass day one. And of course they didn't lock it down because they didn't think Baldur's Gate 3 would be that big of a hit. Nobody did. But one game that they did expect to be a huge hit was Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, and they expected to need to pay $250 million for that to come to Game Pass. It's a lot. It's a big chunk of change. So, do they do the same thing with GTA 6? I think for GTA 6, much bigger than even Suicide Squad. I think that probably is going to be like $1 billion plus title. It's a lot. As for whether that's profitable is a big question. I mean, the value to customers would be massive. I think Game Pass subscriptions would skyrocket, especially if they do something like that where it's like $120 for early access. But if you do it through Game Pass, it's only $50 or something. I could see that being a huge deal and people jumping on that. So we'll see. We'll see. But I would not put it past them to do something really aggressive like that. As much as I dislike microtransactions, etc., I guess I'd say it's a necessary evil when you're throwing, what, $500 million on undoubtedly the most expensive game in history. And when all is said and done with marketing, they're probably close to $1 billion. Like, they've spent so much money on this. So much. Could GTA 6 disappoint, do you think? For some, yeah. I've seen some people, like, what's that guy's name? The YouTuber that puts out all the insane GTA stuff. Oh, what is his name? Was it like Mr. For the Win or something? Mr. Boss for the Win? Is that right? Like, this guy is one of the most sad and pathetic creators on the platform. And I don't say that to be like insulting. I say it because he, for a decade, basically, has been posting all of these videos. Grand Theft Auto 6, the countdown starts. Grand Theft Auto 6 trailer details. What is going on? GTA 6 early access beta banned. Like, all of this stuff that is just like fake thumbnails of the trailer and logo. Like, it's just sad. Like, and this goes back months and months and years of just the same thumbnail, same thing over and over and over again. And I mean, it's just sad. It's just sad. And some of the stuff that he and people like him have been doing and saying for years has been that, like, Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to have a real-time custody battle system where if you have unprotected intercourse with a strange lady of the night, you can have a child and be forced to take a paternity test and then pay alimony every month in game unless you can settle in court with your baby mama. And like, they'll just make stuff up. They just make stuff up. And that, like, there are 30, 50, 60,000 people out there that watch their stuff and are like, oh, that's smart. Oh, that's interesting. It's a good mechanic. Like, not thinking about it critically at all. Just like, oh, yes, that totally makes sense. And they'll say it with full confidence. Like, so I was being facetious and kind of making stuff up with that baby mama system. But the one I've heard said, I'm not sure if it was Mr. For the Win or whatever, but I did hear it in a TikTok from a GTA creator. And he was saying that it's been confirmed that there will be a CCTV system in Grand Theft Auto 6 that will track your movements. So if you want to avoid the cops, you have to manually place something over your license plate or change your license plate before going on a runaway to avoid police detection, because every police car will also have license plate scanners, and in real time they can peruse and patrol the city to make sure that that license plate is not actively out there, and all this stuff. And I'm like, none of this is confirmed. You're just saying stuff. You're right. Mafia 2 had that, where you had to swap out your license plate when you stole a car. It's a really simple system. Like, if you have the license plate, detection levels are here. If you change the license plate, detection levels are here. It's super easy to implement that if you have a good police system. Like, not that difficult. But to say it's confirmed is just insane. Like, and the CCTV system. Like, that, no, that's not been confirmed. You're just saying stuff. As long as we're playing the make crap up game, I guess we can all play and we can all win. Yeah. That baby mama system I described will also be in the game. You know, it's just like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Ladies and gentlemen, what are we doing? Icy Dicey, by the way, thank you for subbing on Twitch. I don't remember if I called that out, but thank you. Shout out. Big dubs in the chat. Let's see. Yeah, if you commit a crime on GTA 6, police will come to your actual house and arrest you. You'll be charged with actual murder, and you will go to prison for the rest of your life. Make sure to like and subscribe today. I'm Casey Miller, and as long as I've been around, people have been telling me, "Dear Casey, you need to get that Audible chocolate on the airwaves." Don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. The problem is we all think the same rock star from 10 years ago is still here today. You're all in for a world of hurt. Well, so I think it is very healthy to be skeptical of everything. But there's a difference between skepticism and cynicism. That's the key understanding, okay? Being cynical is just blindly dismissing pretty much everything writ large. I don't think that's the right way to use that term, but dismissing like everything.
Vasava is now a red flag.
Thank
Hey
you.
Luke, following the channel for a long time now. Super great stuff. Hashtag skeptic for life. Just curious, are you done making long critiques?
I'm not done. It's made it recently. The YouTube landscape has shifted slightly, so we've had to change our priorities and production schedules and stuff. Big critiques just are not the bread and butter that they used to be, so we can't really justify making that the bread and butter of the channel. But I'm still working on some big videos. I've been trying to work on Starfield. I can show you this. I tweeted this video out yesterday, and I guess I can just show it to you. Because I booted up Starfield and I just wanted to play it and give it a chance. Because I needed to record some more footage, and I was testing how the game works when you just go totally crazy and you want to play like chaotic evil. And this is what happened. Like a bunch of people charge in. Okay. A bunch of NPCs weirdly charge in. A bunch of them are half naked. Models are breaking. Okay, whatever. And then you also see like a good number of characters don't actually drop. You can't actually kill them because the game needs them for quests. So they don't let you fail the quest. Like in Fallout New Vegas, you can do the tilde for the command prompts, go kill all, hit enter, and literally every NPC, character, enemy, everyone in the game will drop dead. And at that point, you'll just get a series of like failed this quest, failed that quest, failed this quest. Like, let me see if I can find it. Fallout New Vegas, kill all command. Let's see, does this have it? No clip. No, that's just showing how to type them in. Where's the kill all command? I want the kill all command. Show me the kill all command. Sorry, Jacob, editing this is going to be fun. Just me flipping through these. Where is it? Having sex with a death claw. Fallout people are so weird. Destroying NPCs with a weird console command. Is this gonna be it? No, I don't know. Okay, well, I guess nobody's recorded a video of just doing that. But anyway, you can do tilde, kill all, and everybody drops dead. And you have like a 10-minute list of just X quest failed. This quest failed. Because you can't complete it now that the characters are dead. But in Starfield, just like in Fallout 4, they don't let you actually do that. Even though, like, even in Skyrim, I'm pretty sure you could kill pretty much anybody that you wanted. But in Fallout 4, they moved away from that and started limiting who you could kill because they didn't want people to ruin the game for themselves. Which doesn't really make sense because if you do this, you've already ruined the game. But yeah, for some reason, you just can't kill these characters. But whatever, not a big deal. I go out the door. You know, I kind of expected that. But I go out the door and then watch this just totally break. It like kind of glitches out a couple of times. And now I'm just locked. You can't hit escape. You can't pull up a menu. You can't even quick load into your previous save. You're just soft locked, like you're stuck. So to get out of this, I had to Alt F4, and there was nothing I could do. And this was in the first 3 minutes of me booting up the game. After months of patches, of potential fixes and stuff, they still have stupid stuff like this still happening. And I reinstalled Starfield from scratch. Still happening. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy that it's still happening. Like, to me, it's just unacceptable. It's just unacceptable. But anyway. So what I was saying is, I've been working on critiques. Like, Starfield's making it actively very, very difficult. Baldur's Gate, I'm loving working on that critique because I love playing the game. It's great. Every time I sit down to work on it, I'm like, oh yeah, this is great. What I might do is I might just put Starfield off for a bit and wait till like early next year to do that. I was going to do like a critique of Starfield first and then Baldur's Gate. But Starfield has been such a nightmare to play through that I'm just like, I think I'm just going to wait, get to it early next year, focus on Baldur's Gate 3 through November, December, try to get the Baldur's Gate 3 critique out by like early to mid-December and move on from there. You know, I think that's what I'm going to do that's what I'm going to do. What if the critique of Starfield was released in parts? We've tried that before. The Ghost of Tsushima critique is a great example, and the audience does not actually like it. A lot of people asked for it to be in parts. A lot of people, but like once we actually saw it
Andres
and did it, people did not like it.
Now a red flag.
Andre!
Hey Luke, I was really hyped for Starfield, play it regularly, but after CP 2077 2.0 and PLY wasn't interested in going back to it.
First of all, congrats on the 13 months. Thank you dearly. That's crazy. Over a year of support. That blows my mind. Secondly, I'm glad you have escaped the cloud of hype and entered into the warm bosom of skepticism. Because all skepticism is not being convinced of a claim until there is sufficient evidence for that claim. It's not being a negative Nancy. It's not being a Debbie Downer. It's just not being convinced of it until there's a reason to think that that's true, right? And in the case of Starfield, I thought there were a lot of things pointing towards it potentially not being that great, especially compared to other games on the market. And then the game came out, and it seems like largely people have come around to that way of thinking and have seen what I was trying to talk about for months and months. You know, it's funny, a lot of those videos got kind of mass downvoted, shared to the Starfield subreddit. I mean, I remember you guys coming into chat and they're like, Luke, did you see the post about you on the Starfield subreddit? Like, there's people that were not at all happy with the content I was making, saying, calm down, chill out. But now I think everybody's kind of come around, you know? I would say, I hate to say I told you so, but that wouldn't be true. I love saying I told you so. And for a lot of people, you know, it's just like, this is why we were trying to calm you down, you know, because that disappointment can be immense. But, you know, even us that were like kind of skeptical towards it, I think even we were kind of like surprised with a lot of the stuff that happened with it. I think you're not alone, Andre, because like I thought it was pretty good after whatever. I don't remember what my hour count was when I wrote the review, maybe 50, 60 hours, something like that. I don't remember exactly what. But like even I was surprised as I've put more time into it that I've actually found I'm liking it less and less and less and less, which is crazy. It's crazy that it's actively like settling lower and lower. What you say, Mark? Thank you for subbing with Prime. Appreciate you, my friend. Much love. So yeah, it's just, I think you're certainly not alone. I think we all have lessons kind of like that where we are really hyped for something and then we see it and it's like, oh, this isn't that great. And then we try something else like Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty and we're just like, oh, this isn't what I was hoping for, you know? Like, oh, bummer. And then you just kind of move on, you know? Yeah, the magic wore off quickly. Yeah. I think that's the same for a lot of people. Stefan, I remember your your skepticism. Sorry. Oh, that's a Freudian slip there. I remember your skepticism of Cyberpunk 2077 back in 2020, and you were so on point. Yeah, it's just with most of these games, if you go in with a level head and the game ends up being amazing, you will be all the more excited. And then if it ends up being a little more lackluster, you will also still be excited because you're just liking it. Like, yeah, I didn't expect it to be the second coming of Hideo Kojima. It's just a really good game, and I'm happy about it. You know? That's all it is. Doesn't need to be more complicated than that. But, yeah, man, some people, they just did not want to consider the possibility that Starfield might not be amazing. And, you know, it's just, I think it's satisfying on the one hand because a lot of those people were very toxic to you, me, the community when we were saying calm down. And so to see them now come around is satisfying because it's like, told you so. But on the other hand, like, I don't like to see anybody bummed out or super disappointed, but this is precisely why we said what we did, because the disappointment was avoidable for those people, you know? Side note, I don't understand Kojima God tier status. He makes personally for me just okay games. I meme on him. I think he is clearly an extreme narcissist. And I'm saying this as a YouTuber. That should really tell you. I mean, this is the pot calling the other pot black. I mean, I'm just saying. But I mean, I don't think you can look at any of his stuff without seeing that, okay, this guy has a very healthy image of himself, right? And I think the constant brown nosing from the community is just crazy. I think, yeah, you can appreciate him for making the Metal Gear games and kind of innovating on stealth games in general. Absolutely. I think he deserves that credit. But to pretend that he's like some god savior of the industry is just kind of crazy. It's just crazy. I feel like he's a better director than game developer. I feel like he's great when he has somebody keeping him on a leash to behave and to not go too crazy. Because Death Stranding, I thought, had a lot of really good stuff. And then it had other stuff like 20-minute cutscenes that were nonsensical. And it's like, that could have been 20 seconds and done the same thing, and it wouldn't have killed the pace of the game. Like, you could have a really intense action sequence where things are crazy, timefall is falling, and everything's distorting and everything. And then there's just a 20-minute cutscene that's just like Die Hard Man, which also, what the hell is Die Hard Man anyways? Like, how does that make any sense? What name is that? And it's just characters walking around like this. The timefall, Sam, is very crucial. We must fight the timefall. Years ago, the timefall fell. And when the timefall fell, we all fell in our hearts. And when we fell, we needed to learn how to not fall, because falling makes you lower than when you are not. And like,
Treble
it's
Champ
nonsensical.
donated
It's like,
£4
shut up.
and 99 pence through Super Chat. I'm not willing to admit it as I am a Sony pony, but my PS5 is gathering dust as I'm playing on my PC all the time now, connected up to my TV, sad face.
Oh, treble. PC connected to a TV, though. That's another level. I've done that a couple times at like game nights, party nights, where we play like horror games together and bring out the, like, lug out the big PC. I really miss the Steam Link. That thing was cool. Do they have something like that nowadays? Where like you have one box connected to your gaming PC and then another box connected to the TV and you can just stream right to it. Is that a thing anymore? I guess you could do it with the Stream Deck, but I don't know. Yeah, 20-minute cutscenes. Those are rookie numbers. Final Fantasy 14 has 2-hour cutscenes at the end of the expansions. Yeah, dude. It's still a thing. I thought they discontinued it. Have I just been living under a rock? I thought they discontinued it. You can do it with like an NVIDIA Shield. Oh, okay. I might have to try that. Sam Crow. What up, Luke? What's up, my friend? Good to see you. My PS5, Dusty ASF. I'm playing Mass Effect 1 right now. Oh, yeah. We got to talk about Mass Effect. Something cool happened with Mass Effect yesterday, too. I will say, though, guys, like, I'm a little spoiled because LG just sent me a new thing. Do you want me to show you?
Rohan Abraham is now a red flag. Luke, I wonder, do you experience gaming fatigue? If yes, how do you deal with it? Game fatigue both from a playtime point of view and exposure.
I would say yes, it can certainly happen. It's why, like, right now, absolutely, I'm experiencing gaming fatigue from Starfield. Like, without a doubt, I am hella burnt out on Starfield. And I would rather play pretty much anything than Starfield. So it's certainly a real thing. But luckily, there's enough games to kind of shake it up. And we try very hard, and I got to thank you guys for helping me do this for a career, and also for having like successful enough content that I don't really feel the need to blast through the same level of stuff as some other creators. Like, I feel bad for those creators that are like Fortnite creators or Call of Duty creators, and all they do is play that one game day in, day out. No matter what, they have to play it because that's what you're playing. Like, no exceptions. And I feel bad for them because that's got to be like its own special kind of hell. But I'll tell you what, I'm very fortunate and I'm very thankful to be where I'm at, doing what I'm doing. And that helps with the fatigue. I mean, the day that I come on here and I'm like whining, guys, I had to play some video games last night. I can't believe it. Like, then you get to make fun of me. You know, cry me a river, Luke. Cry me a river. Like, I'll joke about being sick and tired of Starfield. I will play 1,000 hours of Starfield and still have a smile on my face, since I'm not having to go drive an hour to work in Denver like I did just a few short years ago. So never get it twisted. I am very, very thankful to be where I'm at. And burnout can happen with individual games, but I don't think I'll ever be burnt out on gaming with this. What I was saying, though, is LG sent me something very generously that I'm testing. Let me just show it to you. I have a picture I just took. You watch me take the picture. Forgive the slightly messy desk. You can see it from my perspective. This is what I'm looking at right now. LG, this is a 45-inch diagonally curved gaming monitor. We've shown it off in the Alan Wake video most recently. And this is brand new from LG. This is a 48-inch, measured diagonally, 48-inch gaming monitor. It's OLED, 4K, like millisecond response time. It's outrageous. You can overclock it to 138 hertz. Like, it's ridiculous. No coat hanger on your desk. Oh, that's a deep cut. That's a throwback. Well, I guess I know. No, I guess that is more recent because we talked about that with Nadia. Yeah, that's true. I thought you were talking about like the setup reactions we did back like a year ago. But yeah, Nadia just randomly had a coat hanger on her desk. Yeah, that's a throwback. Yeah, this is crazy. It's a 120 hertz monitor, Zaidi, but you can overclock it in the menu of the monitor to 138. It's not a monitor anymore. It's a TV. I was here when the delivery guy brought it. He brought it up to the front door and he's like, "Your new TV's here." And I was like, it's a monitor. He's like, "No way, really?" I was like, "Yep, it's pretty crazy, right? Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy." So shout out to LG for sending this over. It's blowing my mind. It's blowing my mind. On God. Do you also want to see another cute one? Do you want to see another cute photo? Ori went as Pikachu for a thing we did walking through Old Town Loveland, Colorado. Dressed up as Pikachu. You guys remember Cammy? Cammy sent us this this Pikachu outfit for Lachlan when he was 6 months old, and now Ori's big enough to wear it. So yeah, that was pretty cute. That was pretty cute. Also, unfortunately, our beloved cat, Mr. Finley. I mentioned on Monday he had been gone for like 2.5, 3 days. He is still missing. I'm trying to see if I can find a photo of him, but I don't see it. So yeah, Mr. Finley, unfortunately, is still missing. We have no idea where he is. He just hasn't come home. We tried doing stuff like putting some of our shoes outside. They said that's good for leading them back. They said put some food out, maybe put their litter box out so they can smell their way back. He's like half inside, half outside. When he wants to go outside, we let him out. When he wants to come inside, we let him in. But he's never been just like straight up missing. And we just have no idea where he is. He's a big ass cat. Like, he's so big. You guys have seen him. I mean, he's like a small dog. I don't think an owl could pick him up. I don't know what would have happened. In some of the far off fields, maybe a half mile to a mile away from our house, there are coyotes. So I don't know if he went out there and got lost, and then got nabbed by something. Or like we posted to one of the community Facebook pages and we asked just like, hey, everybody, we lost this cat. Can you keep an eye out? And they've been like, a couple people said they thought they might have seen him yesterday walking through a neighborhood about a mile south of here. So maybe we'll get lucky and find him just wandering around some neighborhood. It's possible. But we're going to see. Aren't there pet trackers? There are. Like, you can even put an Apple like AirTag on their collars. But when I tried to do that for Finley and Hermione, for one, Hermione, she would just claw it off until her collar popped off, and then she'd run around without a collar, which wasn't like, I'd rather her have a collar with a phone number on it than just nothing. Finley, he would use it, but it would hang down so far. He would get it caught on stuff and then his collar would pop off too. So I just don't think he's big enough. If we had like a dog, I'd put the AirTag on the dog for sure. But yeah, I don't think it just didn't really work. He does have a microchip. Yeah, he does have a microchip. My cat was missing for 3 days and she was in the shed of my second neighbor. Oh, really? Yeah, I've heard people say that their cat goes missing for like a week and then just wanders back. And it's like, hey, that's where you are. Like, like nothing happened. Hopefully that's what it is. And he's just off wandering around. But it's very out of character for him. And I don't know if Hermione was there when it happened, if something did grab him, because Hermione, our little black cat that's like bonded to him, she, like, we've tried to let her outside to maybe go find him or lead him back. She can probably smell him and figure out where he is. She has not left like a 10-foot radius of this house since he's been missing. She won't even, like, if I put her in the backyard, she won't even leave the deck. I don't know if she like saw him get nabbed by an owl or something and now she's horrified or what, but yeah, she's been very weird. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully he just wanders his way back. That would be amazing. I'd love to see the little fella again, but yeah, it's been a stressful few days of just like, you don't realize how often you just check the front porch or check out the windows to see if the cat's sitting on the stoop waiting to get let in until the cat's missing. And then you're like, every time I check, there's nobody there. It's a little sad, but it's funny. It's funny. And maybe this is just like totally depressing. So I'm sorry. And then we'll talk about gaming news and stuff. When I was really little, I was probably like 6 or 7. We lived in Texas and there's a place, still is, I think. Yeah, in Dallas. There's a place called Medieval Times. And like you go, they have actual knights like dressed up. They fight with actual axes and stuff. And there's like a whole storyline. And you sit in these benches and these like, I don't know what you call them. Not pews. I don't know. But you sit here and you get like a massive meal served to you while you watch the performances. And it's like a 2-hour show of all these like crazy horse trainers and then sword fights and stuff. It's awesome. It's awesome. And as a 7-year-old kid, this was just about the coolest thing you could have possibly taken me to. And one day I found out we were going. I don't remember if it was for my birthday or just some special event, but we were going. And I was so excited. And, you know, I like so excited down to the point like everybody does when they're a kid and they're really excited, like counting down the individual days. Like Cartman pacing in front of the GameStop waiting for the Wii. Like, come on, come on, come on, just a little while longer, more. Still 2 weeks away, you know. That was me with Medieval Times. And then finally, we found out, or we get to the day. We wake up the day of Medieval Times. And I'm so excited. We load up, you know, we survived the day. We load up in the car. And we go off to Medieval Times. Well, it turns out when we went out to Medieval Times, somebody had left one of the windows in the house slightly ajar. And our cat, Penny, she escaped out the window. Never to be seen again. We put up posters, we asked neighbors, never saw her again. And it was on the day that we went finally to Medieval Times. And I was so excited. I was so pumped for it. We go, this awesome thing happens, and we arrive back home, and our little baby cat is just missing. And we never see her again. And so for like my whole childhood, I was convinced that whenever something really good happened, something bad, like really bad that messed with you, had to happen to balance it out, like to level out the chi or whatever. And so like whenever we had something really cool happen, or like I found out I was going to get taken to this big chess tournament. Yeah, I know.
Shout out to the chess club.
I would be so excited, but I would be like braced for something bad to happen, because whenever something good would happen, something bad would happen. In high school, like eventually, like I tied for first in the state chess championship, and our beautiful, lovely cat Molly, she goes missing. All of a sudden, I was like, what could have happened to her? She was an older cat. We thought maybe she was sickly and maybe just went off to go cuddle up in like a bush or something. And so we thought maybe she'll come back. Maybe she just went off to die peacefully somewhere outside. That's something cats apparently do when they get sick. They just kind of know, and so they go off and do that. And then we had an owl in the neighborhood. We found owl droppings in our backyard. And guess what were in the droppings? Cat claws. So we're pretty sure we know what happened to little Miss Molly, unfortunately. So I always just thought that this is what happens. When something really cool happens, something bad has to happen to balance it out. And so when Finley went missing, I was like, well, we just bought our first house. Have a lovely family and all this. And I guess Finley was the thing that had to balance it out. Now, I hope that's not what it is. I hope he just comes back and is like, hey, Dad, what's up? I got lost. Whatever. I did have somebody reach out to me and they were like, yeah, my cat disappeared for weeks on end. Came back eventually, like nothing had happened. We didn't think much of it. Months and months go by. And then they said that their cat disappeared again for like a week and a half, 2 weeks. And like, what is happening? The cat just keeps disappearing. It just keeps disappearing. And then they are driving home one day through the neighborhood and they see their cat like walking around through the neighborhood. And followed closely behind are a bunch of little kittens. And then a mama cat following up the rear. Like he went off, got a little kitty poontang, got his baby mama pregnant, came back home, hung out for some however many months, and then went off to be with his baby mama while they had the kittens, and then help kind of raise the kittens. I was like, That's amazing. I mean, that's actually pretty cool. Now, Finley's been fixed since he was very, very little, so he don't got no game. He don't got no game, but I thought that was a very funny story. I was, who knew? Who knew? Like that's so great. One of the other cool things that happened, this is my last cat story. Jacob, you can just title this stream clip Luke's cat stories. Let me see if I can find, actually, it's probably here. So this would have been, I think it was late September, like September 15th, 20th, something like that. Because we were about to leave for Florida. So this is just, like 2 months ago or whatever. But we were about to head off. Let me get back to that in our iCloud library. But Nikki and I went on a walk with the boys, as we often did and do. And we, where is it? Come on. Oh, here it is. I found it. Here it is. So we were on a walk. And we're walking, I think we went to visit or to a park, and then we're walking back from the park and we go by the gas station by our house. And the gas station, we usually get like maybe a diet root beer or something because it doesn't have caffeine and I can drink it while we're playing games at night. And so like we kind of wander off and we get that, and then we're coming back out of the gas station. We start walking back around it. And along the gas station, it's kind of a standard gas station where you have the station like is here, and then you have all the pumps, and then there's kind of a big retaining wall made of cinder block that goes all the way around the lot. And then beyond that is like residential fences and then a neighborhood and everything. And so there's a little gap of like maybe 6 inches to a foot between that cinder block wall and those residential fences, which animals love to hang out in naturally. It's warm, it's protected, it's nice. Well, we're walking back out of the gas station and we're walking, around the corner, and I hear what really sounds like, it's like, what is that? What is that? I start looking around and I asked Nikki, do you hear that? And she's like, I don't know. It sounds like maybe a bird. And I was like, that doesn't sound like a bird. It sounds like meows. I'm like, what? So she goes off and she starts looking around, and I'm with the boys and I'm getting the stroller kind of locked in place so I can help look. Cause I'm like, this is like a little cat. If it's a cat. I mean, it sounded like one. So we're looking around, and then Nikki sees it, and it is a little bitty fur ball the size of like a little russet potato, just a little bitty thing, tiny. And it's a baby kitten. It is all alone. It has the umbilical cord still attached to its stomach. It, like from my Googling, this thing was just a few hours old. Now there's a big problem. Kittens, if you find them meowing and crying right after they're born, it means they've been abandoned by their mom. Their mom is supposed to be like keeping them warm, cleaning them, feeding them. So by the time they're crying, they've already been abandoned, and they're very cold, very hungry, and they're in trouble. We didn't really know what to do. We just saw a freezing little kitten on the ground, kind of rolling around, can't even walk right, rolling through wood chips along this fence. And so we're like, what do we do? So we grabbed, a kind of sweater shirt and wrapped it up, and we carried it home, tried to keep it warm, and all the way, I'm Googling stuff frantically, trying to figure out what the hell we do with it. And so, we searched, we tried to figure out what we can do. And the general consensus from all of my Googling, all of that, was that there's really nothing that an average person can do for a kitten this age. Pretty much its only chance of survival is to go back to its mom. Like, this happened at night, if it didn't have its mom that night, it was going to die. Like there was no question from everything. They were like, it's not true that if you touch it, it will now be shunned by its mother. That's true of like baby birds. If you touch a baby bird, the mother won't mess with it anymore. They'll just leave it alone. But for kittens, like the cats don't care. If the mom actually wants the kitten, she'll come back for it. So we were like, okay, if we try to take care of this thing through the night, giving it like heavy cream and stuff, trying to keep it warm, it's still probably going to die because it still has the umbilical cord attached. I mean, this thing was hours old. So we're like, what do we do? What do we do? Well, we just decided, like, if we take care of it, everything we're seeing says it's not going to make it. Its best chance is for us to go back. Luke breastfed the baby cat himself. Yeah, that's where this is going. Their best chance for the cat is to get it back with its mom. Problem is, we don't know where the mom was. The mom had abandoned the cat at the gas station. Now, it was a little chilly that night, so we thought maybe, just maybe, she was moving all the siblings, and we just happened to catch this baby cat crying, and it was the last of the litter that was being moved. And we happened to walk by at the precise moment when Mama was gone, setting up the other kittens, and this one was the last to get transported. So at like 9 p.m. at night, I bundle this little kitten up in like a red kitchen towel, keeping it warm, kind of cradling it, and I walk like a mile and a half all the way back to the gas station, go back to where we found it to put it back, and hopefully Mama was going to come get it, because at least then it stood a chance of survival. And I know everybody's like braced for this story to end very poorly. But guess what I saw when I rounded the corner? I saw a big old black cat, and you can barely see it back behind this pillar, but there's another little cat that's white and black spotted, just like the baby kitten. So Mama and I think Dada came back to look for their kitten, and we're like, where the hell is he? Oh God, we lost the baby. Oh God. Like, they were waiting at the gas pumps because they didn't know where the baby went. And so I didn't approach them. I didn't try to mess with them. I just put the baby kitten right back where we found it, still bundled up in this towel. I left the towel and everything there for it. And I left for them to come and take the kitten away. Yeah, I accidentally committed a kitten kidnapping is basically what happened. I catnapped a baby kitten. But I put it back, and when I went back the next morning, the kitten was gone. The Mama and Dada were gone. But I think the story had a good ending. I'm pretty sure. I mean, what are the odds that these were like completely unrelated cats? I don't think the odds are very high, especially because this one looked just like the kitten, just grown up. We told that story to our in-laws because we saw them like the day after or something. And my father-in-law was like, it was probably Coyote that got the kitten. I think the kitten's dead. Like he just totally shut it down. And I'm like, I don't think so. Like, the Mama cat and the Dada cat seemingly came all the way back to wait for it, and we're probably freaking out. Yeah, technically, I guess you could say that something came and like found it in there and gobbled it up. I don't think that's what happened. I think the Mama came, took the kitten with the rest of the litter, and everything was okay. At least that's what I choose to believe. Okay, that's what I choose to believe. And in all of the further research, we have a friend who's a veterinarian, and she was like, yeah, I think you did the right thing. She's like, unfortunately, shockingly enough, they don't really make on the counter or over the counter cat formula, like cat milk formula. It's not something you can just buy. So she's like, giving it heavy cream when it's that young, they can't even digest that. So, if you had tried to feed it a lot, the kitten probably would have died in the middle of the night. And it wouldn't have been your fault. It's just that the baby needs its mama. It's as simple as that. So thankfully, it looks like the parents got it and everything was okay. But yeah, that's my other cat story that happened just a few short weeks ago. It was pretty freaking cute. And the fact that the story had like a pretty good ending, as far as I can tell, that makes it so much better. So much better, you know? Because that story very easily could have had a bad ending. Very easily, but it's okay. Two negative influences on cats, one positive. I don't know what it is. My cats just apparently have really bad luck. Finley, when he was a kitten, granted at this time it was Nikki's cat. He was adopted. He's the one that's missing, right? He was one of like 3 cats in a litter, but he ended up in Colorado when Hurricane Harvey hit in 2017. He was born in Texas, but they put him all in trucks and they brought him all the way up pretty much straight north and just dropped off as many cats at different shelters as they could before moving to the next shelter up north to drop off more. And so he happened to get dropped off at this shelter in northern Colorado. Nikki found him, connected with him, adopted him when he was just a little baby kitten. And it's, you know, he was very, very cute, very, very sweet. But when he was maybe 6 months, 8 months old, he would suckle on stuff because he's still a kitten. And he found a blanket of Nikki's in her apartment. It might have actually been her roommate's blanket. I don't recall. But it was like a felty kind of blanket. And he suckled on it and apparently dislodged some of the felt and swallowed it. And it went into his stomach and blocked like the exit pipe for his stomach. So he couldn't digest things. Like he would eat it and his stomach just couldn't drain into his bowels. Normally this would kill a cat. He went and had like cat surgery and they were able to save him and he was okay. But that's another instance of like, just has bad luck. Like, I don't know if everybody else realizes that they have to double check what blankets they have out to make sure that their cat doesn't suckle on it and choke on a piece of it. Never occurred to any of us, but man. Yeah, Luke Stevens, cat whisperer, cat killer. Who will know? I don't know. At this point, I'm starting to think the problem's me. I'm like, what? Do I just have a curse on me for cats? I love them dearly, but I don't know. I just have really bad luck, I guess. Michael Meeks, thank you for the 20, by the way, my friend. That's very generous. Video game controller dances goofily under the word woot. Oh, is it like a super sticker? Is that what that is? Hold on. It is. It's a super sticker. Thank you for the super sticker. When I read the like super chat description, it read off like that. Video game controller dances goofily under the word woot. That's funny. That's funny. It makes more sense when I see the picture, when I see the actual super sticker. That's funny. That's funny. You're probably a witch. Yeah, I'm starting to wonder.
Michael Meeks donated $19.99 through Super Chat.
Kazuma, what do you think of modders? I mean, not even 2 weeks after the release of AC Mirage, they literally did more than the actual devs, creating new eject for the game. I think modders are amazing. The one thing with modding is like, I think it was after the Starfield thing, because I sent out a message and I was like, guys, help me understand. How is it that Bethesda can't get DLSS support for like 2 months after launch, but modders are able to do it in a single day? How does that make any sense? Like, hundreds of employees, takes them 2 months. A guy does it in a day. How does that work? And I had a handful of developers and modders reach out to me through DMs and stuff, which was fascinating. And basically they said, like, there's a handful of things. For one, like when you're an official company, you have to get each department signs off on a patch before it goes up. And usually they only schedule one patch like well in advance, and then they get as much stuff into it as they can. So you're right, Take. There's a lot of red tape that's involved with it. Each manager has to be involved in each decision of what gets approved, what doesn't. And then there's also, I mean, if you're talking about it going through Steam or going through Xbox or PlayStation, a lot of the time the patch has to be verified by those stores to make sure that this patch won't like brick your PlayStation or brick your PC. Like there's certain quality of life checks that have to happen. For modders, none of that's the case. Like it's a guy, he gets the code running pretty much where he thinks it should be, and he just hits post. That's it. No verification. When you download it, you are assuming the responsibility of that mod affecting your systems. And so you understand there's an inherent risk with it. It might break your game, but you understand that risk when you do it. So I think that's part of it. The other thing is, let's be honest, like if you've ever tried modding a game, it can break a lot of stuff too. I mean, I was just trying to download a graphical mod for Hogwarts Legacy yesterday. And it caused a bunch of issues where like characters' eyes didn't render. It would just be like a hollow void when they're just looking around. And it was just like a graphical overhaul mod that was supposed to like improve textures and then do some other stuff, but it broke a ton of stuff. So even though you can be like, well, it's a mod, I mean, what do you expect? It might break stuff. If you get a patch from a developer that tries to add something and it breaks it to that extent, you would be furious, and rightly so, because there's no just Control Z, undo it. Oh, I'll disable that update, you know? So I think there's a lot more hoops, perhaps for the better, involved with that. I think there's certainly times where it takes too long for these devs to get stuff out to like an unacceptable level. For me, the fact that Starfield still runs so poorly and has so many bugs and crashes and stuff 2 months after launch, 3 months after launch, that to me is unacceptable. But that's just me, I guess. A lot of people are more tolerant, I suppose. Have I seen Killer of the Flower Moon yet? No, not yet. I really want to though, Dev, so it's on my list. Modders may put in longer hours as well. Yeah, well, I mean, they may put in longer hours. They don't have to get managerial approval for each individual thing. Like for a lot of this stuff, if say like, hey, we want to add DLSS support to Starfield, they have to get the manager of like the game's production schedule to sign off on it. And then they have to have the game director assign a team to do it. And then they have to go and build it in a prototype. And then they have to send it to QA. QA has to test it, find any bugs. And then they have to send it back to the dev team to fix bugs if they encounter some. And then it goes back to QA, gets approved again. That goes back up to the next manager. They sign off on it as the like game director for that segment of the game, you know, the systems director or technical director, whoever it may be. And then it moves up to the next thing, the producer who signs off on it. And then usually the game's overall director has to sign off on the patch before it goes out. And like each of those is a signature. If they're really busy, it could take a day for that manager to get to that thing to sign off on it. And when you're only working, say 5 days a week, like a normal person, all of a sudden you can see why it would take 2, 3, 4 weeks for each of these things to kind of take place. Whereas when it's a guy and it's what he's doing, he's just like, I'm going to sit down, figure this out, and then I'm going to hit publish. It's really easy. I need the breakdown in Paint. Pretty all right. I will tell you what, I had to actively resist the urge to go into MS Paint. I almost did. G-Red, I can vouch for all of that as mod maker myself. Yeah. We have an expert in our midst, ladies and gents. Let's see. Herobrine, Luke, working on the raw deal can also break things somewhere else. Modding the compiled files is very different different compared to what the devs see depending on the engine. For Mass Effect, we have reverse engineered a lot of aspects of proprietary file formats and UE3 file formats over 10 years in order to have a similar control over content as the devs, but never all of it without BioWare's support. And EA has no acknowledgement stance on modding. Yeah, and I think that's the big difference also with modding with the Creation Engine, at least this is my understanding, is the Creation Engine tools are pretty much open. So there's a lot more transparency between modders seeing how the game works and how Bethesda sees how the game works and is able to manage it, whereas something like trying to mod like some proprietary system, like I don't know, like Spider-Man 2 or maybe Spider-Man Remastered is a better example, or The Last of Us Part 1, modding those is a lot more difficult because it's all proprietary stuff, which I think is absolutely the case. Kazuma, yeah, also read the tweet about the Rockstar posted today. I was late to the beginning of the stream, so I don't know if you talked about it. We did mention it. I think they're just prepping to drop a trailer early December. I hope they do it like a week before the Game Awards, like as early in December as they can manage, to give the trailer enough time to ignite the internet on fire, and then let the people that get announcements at the Game Awards have their time. You better believe there's a good number of people that have announcements scheduled for the Game Awards, like big publishers and stuff. You better believe they're calling Jeff Keighley right now and saying, you better not have GTA 6 announced at the Game Awards. It will overshadow everything. Because my understanding is a lot of those big companies, if Ubisoft wants to reveal something at the Game Awards, my understanding is that they pay to have like the big spot in the show. And sometimes, like if it's a big enough game, I think Jeff kind of scooches them up there. Like if Elden Ring comes along and they're like, we've been thinking about having the Elden Ring DLC announced at the Game Awards. Could you give us a good slot? I think Jeff would be like, yeah, sure, whatever. But I think a lot of other companies pay to have their stuff revealed there in good spots with longer trailers and stuff. And I would be very worried at this point that if GTA 6 is revealed at the Game Awards, that there's going to be some overshadowing going on. So if I were somebody revealing something at the Game Awards, I'd be calling right now to see if it was going to be overshadowed. Will the Game of the Year awards actually have stage security? I at this point, I don't know what they're doing. Like the Summer Game Show had those guys storm the stage, or was it Tokyo Game Show? I forget which one it was, but they had somebody storm the stage, and then the Game Awards last year had somebody storm the stage. Like, I don't know what they're doing. It seems like it shouldn't be that hard to keep people off the stage, but apparently it's really difficult. So I think they should absolutely figure that out. The Bill Clinton kid will return. You better believe they have his picture posted up everywhere to keep him out. Have you seen Young Ye's first impressions on Avatar? Not his. I don't think we watched Maddie and Joe Raptors. Jeez, what's happening? Did I miss something? I think I did miss something. Oh geez, Clinad 87 gave out 5 subs on Twitch. Shout out. That's the Twitch pog right there. Thank you, my friend. And welcome Mr. Revez, Daniel Wolf, Brian 011 IEP, and FexZ13. Welcome to the Red Flag Army. Welcome. Yeah, very generous. Thank you, my friend. Very generous. You got to play some of it. Looked okay so far. Yeah, Maddie and Joe Raptor had interesting takes on it too. They were just generally, I think they were generally positive. Joe Raptor was more negative than Maddie was. But it also seems like Joe Raptor ran into a lot more bugs than Maddie. So Jor was convinced that they were probably going to be delaying it. But we'll see. Clinad, thank you for your content. Thank you for watching, my friend. I only get to make the content because people like you watch it. So thank you. Considering a PlayStation Portal, what are your thoughts on it? You know what? If I can get my hands on it, maybe my opinion will change. As of right now, I just don't really see the point. You can remote stream to your phone. Like, I don't get why you need the $200 or $300. I forget how much it is. I don't know why you need the Portal. Any new news about the Witcher game? Not that I know of. I think they're just working away at it. But it's the next thing on the list. They're done with Cyberpunk now, so next time we hear from CDPR should be for a Witcher reveal. Thoughts on the PS5 Slim? I'm surprised that it's not actually that slim. like at all. So I'm surprised by that. I think it's exactly what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be an updated version of the console that has the same power, but that you can like ship for cheaper. It's lighter, it's easier to package. Like from the logistics side, it is a win-win. You know, they don't need 2 SKUs now. They have the one, and then if you get the disk drive, that's a separate SKU. But they aren't shipping 2 huge SKUs of the PlayStation 5. They're only shipping 1. So all of that makes a lot more sense. It looks like the Soulja Boy console or something. I actually kind of agree. I don't know why they use the glossy plastic. Like, looking at my PS5 now, it doesn't have that super shiny black strip. Maybe it's just because it's dirty or dusty or something. I don't know. But I don't recall it being so glossy, because I think glossy plastic looks super cheap. Personally, I know some people might like it, but I don't like the glossy plastic. It looks like something from Wish.com. So will the PS5 faceplates be discontinued? No, they'll probably still sell them, but I just think that they will, like, it's not going to be a huge push. Major Dookie Juice, I had a Prime sub I wasn't using, so here. Thank you, Major, and also thank you, McTaz. McTaz, thank you, my friend, for also subbing with Prime. We just hit a hype train on Twitch. That's a throwback. That's a major throwback. Yeah. Well, if you want to keep the hype train going and you're watching on Twitch, I guess it says sub, gift, hype, chat, or use bits to get to the next level. So that. I'm a professional streamer, by the way. I totally know what I'm doing. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. Thoughts on the RoboCop game? I think it's fun. Like, it's a great example of those 7 out of 10s or 8 out of 10s. They're just kind of like, it's fun. It's fun. It's not going to win any Game of the Year awards, but it's fun. You know, and I think there's a real spot for that. I laughed out loud while playing that demo. Just having a great time. And like, yeah, it was stupid, but we had a great time with it. Queen 17 KB, thank you, my friend. Appreciate you. Welcome to the sub club, my friend. Ooh, baby. Dab on the haters for real. Dab on the haters. I've seen absolutely no one talking about Alan Wake 2. I think it flopped. I don't know what the sales are. I think it's done well. I've seen a lot of people loving on it. Who's your favorite assassin? I mean, everybody will like throw out Ezio. I think like of the recent ones, probably, I think Bayek, I think. His like character arc and story, I thought was much better written and much more interesting than almost all other recent Assassin's Creed protagonists. So I'd probably say Bayek, I think. Like, you compare Bayek to like Jacob Fry or like even Arno, or certainly Ivor or Eivor. I know people make fun of the way I say it. I've heard it said both ways, okay? But yeah, Bayek I think is great if all they needed to do to explain to explain Connor's behavior and attitude is just be like, yes, and before every cutscene, he takes a fistful of Benadryl. That's all they had to do, because that's basically what his performance is like. I understand they were going for like the really stoic, strong character who keeps his emotions in check mostly, but I thought just in general, he was very stiff, like painfully stiff. And I think there's a way to be stoic and strong without being very monotone and everything, you know. Edward is up there for sure. Love that guy. Yeah, Edward's also fun. Like, to me, he's not as emotionally intriguing a character, but he, I think, was the perfect character for that setting, if that makes sense. Like, I think if you put Bayek in Black Flag, it doesn't make any damn sense, right? But for Edward, being in the age of piracy and all this, wanting to make something of yourself, to be successful, to prove to everybody that you're not a failure, all of that really ties together with Edward well. So I think he was the right character for that game. But on the whole, I think I connect with Bayek a little bit more. Dual streaming or just on Twitch? We're dual streaming, having a great time with everybody here. I love to see everybody hanging out. And glad to have you here as well, my friend. And Origins was the only AC game I ever stuck with the default outfit from start to finish. Yeah, recently that's been a thing. I don't know. I haven't found myself changing outfits even in Mirage much. Like they have that one, it was funny. They had the one outfit that is like straight up just Bayek's outfit from Origins that you can wear in Mirage. And like I had gameplay footage I captured where like I had to double take and double check to make sure that we weren't showing gameplay footage of Origins. Like, because there were so many times where I was like, is that Origins or is this Mirage? Because it looked so identical, but yeah. Hope you have fun, buddy. Guess I'll see you in 16 times the details. Ooh, baby. Yes, you better believe it. Oh, is Twitch supporting? Are we up to 1080p now? Yeah, we are. Okay. First day we tried doing the restream thing. It like glitched out, wouldn't let us go above like 720p. It was really weird. For 39 pounds, is Hogwarts Legacy worth it? Not, note, I'm not a Harry Potter fan, but my sisters enjoy it. I think you can get 39 pounds of love out of that. Personally, I mean, I think you can have a lot of fun with that. How big is that mouse mat? It's such a big mouse mat that it is not called a mouse mat. This is called a desk mat. I think we might even sell some of these. I know we talked about this like a year and a half ago. I had contracted an artist to make some designs for it. And she just took forever, never got me drafts. So I've just decided to stop waiting after a year. And we're going to hire somebody else to do it. But yeah, I think we're going to do a very, very limited edition run of custom desk mats like this. Probably only like 50 of them. But we're going to get them printed with a design inspired by Colorado, where I live. That's also gamey, has some like Witcher influences and everything. It's going to be really cool. And hopefully we can get those going soon. But yeah, super limited edition. Like I will be hand packing them myself. Very, very limited. But it should be fun. Should be fun. That's a cool idea. I think it'll be fun. And I mean, then I'll use them too. Like, and if you happen to want a big ass desk mat that's a very limited run, I think it could be cool. AJ, like I said earlier, I think what they're going to do for GTA 6 pricing, I think they're going to do a $70 standard edition, but they're going to do like a 5-day early access thing for the $120 version. That would be my guess. Because then they get to basically make $120 a unit because pretty much everybody is going to pay for the early access. But then they also get to claim that they're not being anti-consumer because they're offering the budget version as well. You know, they cover both bases. Why so limited? How am I supposed to get one? Why limited edition? It's basically just because when we've done custom merch orders like this before, in order to do it, I have to pay out of pocket for all of them up front. Out of my own pocket, which is fine, but it's only fine if we sell through them all and make the money back, right? Otherwise I just lose money, you know, and ideally I'd like to not lose money. But if we do like 50, I'm confident we'll sell through 50 of them. I'm pretty confident. 100, maybe. More than 100, I'm not sure we sell through them. You know? Because like to order these from the factories in China with custom like designs on top and then to ship it from China all the way here and then ship it from here out to you wherever you are in the world, it starts to add up pretty quick. You know, if you're ordering 10,000 of them per unit, not that big of a deal, right? It's actually pretty cheap per unit when you're doing 10,000 of them. But if you're doing like 50 or 100 or 200, it's actually a lot more. If it sells through maybe another limited run, yeah, I'm fine with that. Like a second edition. I think that could be cool. Oh, Clanod, thank you. Again, being very generous. Another 5 gifted subs on Twitch. Extremely generous. Thank you, my friend. Metal Crazy, RK Baby, Ricky, Neto, and Zeeks. Welcome to the Red Flag Army on Twitch. Very generous. Clint, thank you. Thank you, thank you. My goodness. Okay. 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 Let's do that. I guess we should touch on this because this happened yesterday. Just in case you missed it somehow, something with Mass Effect did happen. And basically what they did is over the course of a day, they put out like little clips of a trailer, and then they put all of it together at the end of the day and revealed the following 34-second clip. Gameplay not final, represents game in development. So they say that this is in the engine at least, or even in the game. They're not even saying it's a cinematic or in engine. They're saying gameplay. So I don't know what that means, but this is what they dropped on the official Mass Effect pages. And that's it. That's the whole thing. The logo sits there for like 4 or 5 seconds and then fades out. Now, I am going to be honest. I have no idea what any of that means. No clue. Right over my head. I'm like, are they just trying to show that like Shepard is coming back as like a protagonist? Like, what are they trying to say? I don't really know what they're trying to say. But another YouTuber by the name of Big Dan Gaming has put together a little breakdown of this and believes he has a takeaway. Okay. Something to make of this. Okay. We're going to see what he has. Dub Tropics also, thank you for becoming a member, my friend.
Dub Tropics is now a red flag.
How do I approve the comment? I don't know why it won't let me approve that comment. Cernanos, I'm sorry. It won't let me approve it. That's weird. I feel like BioWare has lost the right to drop teasers like this after their recent games. They don't have a good enough reputation to be cryptic and hype people up. I am of the mind that I think you're right. I mean, or if they do this, the community being hyped about it is baffling to me. Like in the case of Starfield, we had one flop under our belt in the form of Fallout 76. Fallout 4 was still tremendously successful, even if I personally didn't like it, right? In the case of Mass Effect, you have 2 colossal failures. Like, not even close. Not even like, some people didn't like it or some fans were disappointed. Like, Mass Effect Andromeda is widely considered to be one of the worst releases of the entire generation, the whole PS4, Xbox One generation. One of the most disastrous launches of any game. And then like Anthem is on a whole other level that like, I just don't understand how anybody could look at this and be like, okay, now it's time to give them the benefit of the doubt. Like, no, stupid. What are you doing? Like, they've done it twice in a row. They have released the worst games of the year. But you're like, this time they'll figure it out. Like, what are you doing? Like, it's so stupid. But let's see what this person, Big Dan Gaming, is going to say about it. Oops, pressed it twice.
Day Mass Effect fans, today BioWare dropped a brand new trailer for the upcoming Mass Effect game, and it teases a very distinct character that we all know and love. In this video, we're going to break down every little detail from the new trailer and speculate on the return of Commander Shepard as the playable character.
And let me just say, I know I meme and hate on the speculative content and stuff. I technically got my start in speculative content, okay? Like back in the day, I was making videos like hyping up Fallout 4, talking about it. There it is. Because I was just so hyped for Fallout 4. I was like, oh, it's going to be amazing. And then I got burned. And it taught me a valuable lesson. Like a little kid touching the stovetop and burning their hand. I learned hype makes you stupid. Oh, hold on. I can do this. Here. Hype makes you stupid. Hype makes you stupid. And as a result, I try very actively now to not get hyped for things because it puts on blinders. It screws with you. You ignore the clear red flags in the chat, boys and girls. And it should be a wake-up call. You know, you should not be giving them any benefit of the doubt or like speculating about cool stuff that could be in the game when they can't even live up to the standard of like a game that runs well or even at all in some cases. Like for Mass Effect, the thing that they should be hyping up and speculating about is like maybe the game, when you hit launch, it'll launch. And maybe when you play it, the ground will be fully rendered. But yeah, let's hype it up and speculate about a bunch of random stuff, you know. My point is, I think I would like to think I grew out of the crazy speculation stuff because it doesn't really do anything productive. It's fun, but it's not good for anybody. It's not good for anybody.
The first details I want to focus on are the outfit and character model. The design of the red stripes and backlights are incredibly reminiscent of Commander Shepard's Onyx armor from the first Mass Effect game. Around 15 seconds, the character turns to the camera, flashing a N7 logo and a
little pet peeve, and I'm sorry. You can put Luke, you're being an a-hole in the chat, and I will be totally fine with that, and I will probably agree with you. This is an active pet peeve. I'm sorry. I'm going to call it out.
15 seconds, the character turns to the camera, flashing a N7 logo.
Flashing a N7 logo. Standard practice is if the word you're about to say begins with like a vowel sound, the article that goes before it is going to be an instead of a. So if you say a apple or a N7, it doesn't sound right. It doesn't hit the ear right. It's an N7 or an apple, an elephant, not a elephant. You know, it's like little touches, but it hits your ear and it's like, that didn't sound right.
Logo and a shot of the helmet. N7 is a vocational code specific to the Alliance military.
Yeah, Luke, let the man live. I know. I was like, this is why I said, if you want to be like Luke, you're being a dick. Totally get it. Totally agree. It just bugs me, you know? Just bugs me.
So even though we cannot see their face, this is 100% a human character. The most famous N7 character from the first 4 Mass Effect games is, of course, Commander Shepard. Obviously, BioWare is not showing their full hand here. The decision to not show the character's face is intentional. Tease us and let players fill in the blanks that it's perhaps Shepard. I don't think we'll get a clear confirmation about Shepard until the game is closer to release. The helmet, on the other hand, is pretty interesting because it's not quite like anything we've seen Shepard wear before. The bottom half reminds me of an ME1 Onyx style helmet, but the top half and dark visor is more reminiscent of Ryder's helmet from Andromeda. Perhaps this symbolizes a merger of the two galaxies, but maybe that's a reach. I also love the Duster style jacket, which again is unlike anything we've seen Shepard wear. It actually reminds me a bit of Adam Jensen in Deus Ex. Commander Shepard, or I'm sorry, the mystery human, then briefly flashes a pistol. But not just any pistol, a M3 Predator, which is the first...
I'm sorry. M3? See, it doesn't hit the ear right. An M3 Predator pistol.
Weapon we use in Mass Effect 3. The red glow above the grip and the sound effect are unmistakable.
Oh my god.
Reload, let's keep moving.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and make a prediction right now. Commander Shepard will return as the playable character in the next game. He survived in the perfect destroy ending of Mass Effect 3, so canonically he can definitely return. Obviously this is not 100% confirmed and maybe I'm huffing copium, but who else could this mystery character be? They're obviously leading us in a direction with this trailer. There were some other interesting details from the trailer as well. Mr. Holton pointed out that there is a Krogan visible between 4 and 6 seconds of the trailer. Could this be Erdnot?
What? Oh, like this is the body shell kind of thing, and then that's supposed to be the head. I don't know if I'm seeing that, dude. That's a bit of a stretch. that's a little bit of a stretch right there. I'm not sure if I see that. Yeah. Well, it's like those old videos of like the GTA 6 thing where like they look at a crease in the pants of a picture, or they're like, look at this picture. If you turn it sideways 90 degrees and then you also blur it, and if you cut out this person and then multiply the number by 2, then you see a 6. Sort of. And it's like, I mean, technically, if you did all of that, yeah. But to somebody that's not psychotic, I don't think they do see that. In this case, like maybe. This is a huge stretch, though.
There were some other interesting...
Like, this is what he's talking about. That being a... I mean... If it is, who cares? Like, it doesn't really matter. But
they're obviously leading us in a direction with this trailer. There were some other interesting details from the trailer as well.
I don't even think it's moving.
Holton pointed out that there is a Krogan visible between 4 and 6 seconds of the trailer. Could this be Erdnot Rex? One can only hope. Dude, I would be so happy to see all the old crew get back together for another adventure in the Mass Effect universe. There's not a whole lot we can pull out of a 30-second trailer, but I'm excited to see more commentary and speculation from the rest of the community and my fellow content creators.
I mean, I'll be honest, my man. There's a hell of a lot more content than I thought could be pulled out of a 30-second trailer already. I'm like, wow, that was a lot. I like 3 minutes, a 3-minute video breaking it down. You know, you did a good old multiplier on that one. That's not bad. Yeah, I mean, it spotted some good stuff. The gun, spotting that. I think I would say it's fair to assume that's Shepard and that Shepard will return. Especially because, like, rebooting the franchise again is probably not going to be what fans want. If they come back and they're like, yeah, Shepard's back and we're going back to our roots, that's going to be the whole pitch for this. Is that we're not trying to do Mass Effect Andromeda 2. We're trying to just do Mass Effect 4,
Black
basically.
Knighted Seibatsu donated $9.99 through Super Chat.
Thank you, my friend.
I feel like it's a new female Spectre protagonist, or they're doing the Assassin's Creed thing where the female is canon and the dude is just pocket lint, but also slightly canon SMH man facepalming medium dark.
I've never heard somebody just casually refer to the male character as just pocket lint. That's funny. I mean, maybe, but I think anybody who's even tangentially familiar with Mass Effect would look at that and assume that that's Shepard. I think that that's a fair conclusion to reach. So that would be my guess. Yeah, maybe it's just Shepard's long lost daughter, Sheparders. Jesus, dude. Oh man. So yeah, anyway, reveal of Mass Effect. Who knows when we'll see it? Who knows what that looks like, but it's been revealed, even though it already was. It's the same thing with the GTA 6 stuff. Like, we're all kind of freaking out about the reveal of GTA 6, but it's also like, we've already seen like development stuff on it. Of course they're working on it. We've known they're working on it. We've known it's releasing in the next fiscal year. Like, we've known all of this. None of this is surprising. It's not like if they came out with a trailer and just casually dropped LA Noire 2, that would be a momentous occasion. I would lose it if they did that. But let's be honest, that's not happening. I'm not even going to think about it because I will just become sad. So I'm just going to shut down the thought before it continues. Otherwise, I will grow weakened and weary. We can't have that. Let's see. Herobrine, in my opinion, the only interesting thing that came out of the N7 Day was the modding showcase. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. If you guys are interested in the modding stuff, pull up the link that Herobrine posted in Twitch chat. I'll also copy it over to YouTube. in case people want to see it. Here's the video that Hairbrine just linked. But in case you want to check it out and you're interested in the modding community, go check that out. Bookmark it. Of course, stay in the stream. Calm down. Watch it later. But yeah, definitely keep that pulled up. Will GTA 6 easily outsell GTA 5 current numbers in a month since release? Yeah, I also half expect them to delist a lot of GTA 5 online stuff, specifically because they want to force everybody into the new multiplayer. So I would expect them to start delisting a lot of stuff. They might keep GTA 5 like because it's still selling gangbusters, but I would be shocked if GTA 5 remains in the top sellers list once GTA 6 is out. But maybe it does. I don't know. They will hit 1 billion in pre-orders only. Yeah, I think so. Especially, and I'm telling you what, I've said it before, I'll say it again. If they do like a 5-day early access and it's freaking $120 to get the early access, I think the majority of people will buy that one. I really do. I think well over 50% will buy the $120 thing for the early access, because everybody's going to want to play it the first chance they can. Because if you have one person in your friend group that paid 120 and you didn't, you only paid 70 because you're so poor compared to them, like, it's going to throw off your friend dynamic. It's like everybody's going to be peer pressured into buying up, even though it's super toxic. It's like there's a lot of people out there that cannot afford $120. Like, a lot of people cannot afford a $120 video game. That's crazy. No matter how good it is, right? But they're going to like build this whole system up to try and peer pressure you into a very expensive one. Mulas, buckle up, because you're going to be the one level-headed person in an ocean of crazies. So just be ready for that, because GTA 6 is going to create an insane level of hype. It's going to be very toxic. Hablando, what we're saying specifically, or what I'm saying specifically, is an internet mouse, in case you guys just popped in. What I've been saying is that they'll offer a $70 version, standard edition, but I think they're going to do a 5-day or 3-day, whatever, early access, just like a lot of these games have done. And if you want the early access, it's only in the like deluxe edition for 120. I think that's what they do. So yeah, you can pay 70 and wait for the full release. But if you want to play with all your friends, it's 120. Denuvo will be strong in this one. I would love to be surprised. I don't think this comes to PC within at least a year. I don't think it's on PC within at least a year. I think they take their sweet time porting it over, but this is going to be console only for the first year. They just did it with Red Dead, and I think they're going to do the same thing with this. Do a PC port, take their time on it. It'll come out 2027, whenever. That's my guess. They want to sell 2 copies? Yeah, why not? People will. Imagine what gaming hardware is going to be like in like 3 years, 2-3 years. Once we get the 50 series and stuff, it's going to be wild. Rockstar never launches day one on PC, unfortunately. Yeah. Internet Mouse, thank you, my friend. I'm glad to have you. Any news on the PS5 Slim? I heard it's coming out in November sometime. Yeah, I haven't heard any definitive launch times. It shouldn't sell out because it's it's just a PS5 that looks a little different, but let's be honest, it's going to sell out. There's a lot of people that just want to own the latest and greatest, as weird as it is. GTA 6 is going to be the biggest game release of all time, and I don't think there's ever been anything that's even close. I am inclined to believe you. Yeah. People who don't understand the GTA thing and hype, I think will be shocked. It is no joke, the most profitable and the most high revenue generating entertainment product in history. Like, singularly, it has made more money than any movie, than any TV show, than any other video game, than any play or musical, than any entertainment, anything. It has made more money. And this is going to be bigger. Like, this will be a lot bigger. So just buckle up, because it's going to be madness. It will be sheer madness. Yeah. It's a game everybody played as a kid. Yeah, it's kind of like the generational game where you play it when you're a kid, and then you grow up, you have kids, and then you play it with your with your kids, and you kind of pass it down. It's kind of like that. Yeah. Has made more money than Star Wars stuff. If we're specifically saying like a singular entertainment product, it's made more money than any singular Star Wars film or Star Wars game or anything. As a franchise, yeah, Star Wars has made a lot more. I mean, Star Wars has generated billions and billions and billions of dollars, but as a single product, it's made more money. Angel, thank you. Angel of Death, thank you for subbing with Prime. Appreciate you. Have I played or tried Talos Principle 2 yet? $30. I have not tried it yet. I have it on my list, though. I do have it on my list. We will get to it, I swear. Eventually. Yeah, the game will be ported to the PlayStation 6, 7, or maybe even 8. Yeah, that is crazy to think about. Yeah. Yeah. You know, another fun fact that's crazy to think about, and then we'll talk about Todd Howard's retirement. Yeah, that's our next segment. Buckle up. The next, like, a crazy thing I heard. Let me just pull up a calculator just to show you this. If you don't know what a factorial is when you have like a number, say 10. 10 factorial is used to calculate, like, usually factorials are for like probabilities of something appearing if one item is removed from the set. So like 10 factorial is 10 multiplied by like itself descending. So then by 9, by 8, by 7, by 6, by 5. And so it drops all the way down. And so like 51 factorial, which is the number of, or 52. There's 52 cards in a deck, right? I'm not making that up. I think it's 52. 52 factorial is the total like variations of a deck of cards that could be produced if you shuffled a deck of cards. And so the total arrangements possible of a single deck of cards is more than like the number of grains of sand in the ocean. It's more than, I believe, the number of atoms in the universe. Like that, there have been, maybe not atoms in the universe. I think I'm thinking of the possible number of games of chess, but it's certainly more than the number of grains of sand in all of the oceans on the entire planet. And the number is so vast that in all of the shufflings of decks of cards at every casino through all of human history, we still have never even close to approached hitting every possible combination of how a single deck of cards could be shuffled and arranged, which blows your brain a little bit. Where you're like, you could shuffle a deck of cards for the rest of your life nonstop and not even begin to approach the total number of arrangements and combinations. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, that's my break your brain fact of the day. Let's talk now, shifting gears, into Todd Howard's eventual retirement. Segment, Jacob. Segment. So, there's been speculation. And by speculation, I mean some people on Twitter are saying and making stuff up that Todd Howard is planning on retiring. And apparently, they add in a bunch of other stuff that he's disappointed with the reception of Starfield because it was his passion project, and hearing people have such mixed reactions has really depressed him and bummed him out. So he's expediting his retirement, and he's going to retire before Elder Scrolls 6. Let me just start out by saying no, that is not the case. This person was like memed and shamed into deleting their post, which is why I don't have it right now to show you. But I still wanted to talk about this because Todd Howard has in fact mentioned his retirement. He's talked about it in various interviews. People have asked him, like, you're kind of like the guy behind Bethesda Game Studios. When you leave, what does it look like? Like, how does the company work anymore? Does it work anymore? Like, can Bethesda Game Studios continue on? And it's a very valid question, honestly. You know, this is a collection of quotes from an interview he did with GQ, but there's all sorts of stuff that he says in it. This is before Starfield launched, so some of the stuff he says in here has not aged tremendously well. But yeah, it was a decision spurred on by the then trend of Marvel movies being announced in slates years ahead of even materializing. By the time the game is finally finished, probably 2028. So Todd in August was saying 2028 is when he's guesstimating it'll be done. But that's anyone's guess. It'll be closing in on 2 decades since the release of Skyrim. He's anticipating it takes until 2028. And he has said time and time again that when asked about his retirement, it's weird for me, Howard says, when asked how he feels when he contemplates retiring. Continuing on, quote, but that's a long, long way off. He will likely be 60 years old by the time The Elder Scrolls 6 comes out. Succession planning is kind of a constant thing. Quote, I want to do it forever. I think the way I work will probably evolve, but look at Miyamoto, end quote. The Nintendo icon turned 71 this year. He's still doing it, Todd says. So I get the impression that Todd isn't going to want to retire pretty much ever. He'll probably stay in a creative space and position. I don't think he's ever going to just walk away. I think he'll die doing what he's doing. But yeah, he's in his like mid 50s, I believe, right now. So yeah, there's a lot of really interesting stuff. And like with this, like, and then there's The Elder Scrolls 6, perhaps the only game to rival Grand Theft Auto 6 for sheer anticipation. I don't think that's true, especially after Starfield. I think the anticipation for Elder Scrolls 6 has actually dropped off a lot. Once again, he'll direct. It will mark his 4th time at the helm of the series. It's one he has overseen since 2002's The Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. The team announced the game 5 years ago on the same night as Starfield. It was a decision spurred on by the then trend. Marvel's, I already read that. Next, is there anything you can tell me about what you want to achieve with The Elder Scrolls 6? He said, quote, it's like, I don't want to answer, but I want to be polite. I will say that we want it to fill that role of the ultimate fantasy world simulator. He paused for a moment. And there are different ways to accomplish that given the time that has passed. What does that mean? I don't know. I think maybe they start to try to implement like generative AI stuff for NPCs to have actual conversations with you. I think they'll do some stuff like that. But Starfield has totally killed any confidence I have in them managing to pull all of this together in a significant way. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it happening. So with all this, the question is, what does his retirement look like? I mean, does he retire at all? Bazooka Tomato, hilarious name. Thank you for subbing with Prime, my friend. Appreciate you. I think, like I said, he doesn't retire ever. I think he stays in a creative overseeing position, but he's going to have to start promoting people within Bethesda to start directing games almost on his behalf. And then he can kind of supervise, keep people in check, but it's not him micromanaging every little detail. And it sounds like he's already tried to do that. There was the guy, I forget his name. Yeah, I'm spacing. We saw him in a video we watched last week. I think it was maybe Monday. But he was a former Bethesda Game Studios employee, and he said Todd would hate it if he heard me say this, but he's still the ultimate decision maker. People ask questions and they work their way up to him, and he has final say. He doesn't like that. He would rather other people have the final say than just him, but that's effectively what it is. And I think it will always be like that until he steps away and forces the studio to be self-reliant. It's familiar because like even I have family members who run small businesses, and like one family member runs a small business and is actively frustrated that he can't like go on vacation for a week without his phone every hour even often multiple times an hour, ringing with his employees asking him questions. Like, what do we do? This thing just happened. What do we do? Like, he can't leave for even a day without a flood of questions and people asking him to be the final decision maker. But and no matter how many people he's hired to try and help or managers to kind of oversee, he at the end of the day is still at the top of the food chain. So people come to him asking for answers. And like, he's realized it, and I've told him the same thing. Like, I think it's going to be like that until you walk away, until you say, I'm done. Enough is enough. These guys are running the business now. I'm doing my own thing. That's that. And I think it's the same for Todd. I think he will always be the decision maker until he steps away and forces them to do it themselves. So I don't foresee Todd stepping away ever. I do think it's interesting to ask the question, like, let's say there was something that forced him to go away and do something else. Maybe it's a health emergency. Maybe it's just that he gets burnt out all of a sudden. I don't really foresee that happening, but let's just say, God forbid, something happens that forces him to leave and he's no longer heading up Bethesda. Does Bethesda Game Studios still work? Like, the whole company's kind of built around him. How does it function without him leading the way? Like, can they still sell their games without the "it just works" guy? You know, I'm not sure. He's going to be like the queen, just representing the company, but has no power. I think that's what they're starting to try and get him to do, as he's overseeing also like the Indiana Jones game and all of this other stuff. But as long as he's in that studio, people will still come to him asking questions and looking for answers. Or maybe Phil Spencer just replaces him. Well, no, what I'm speaking about specifically is the day-to-day operations of being the game director. What's been interesting is like Naughty Dog, for example, with Neil Druckmann is really fascinating because Neil Druckmann, he, of course, directed The Last of Us, or co-directed The Last of Us with Bruce Straley, I think it is. And then for Uncharted 4, they co-directed it again. And then they shifted, and he now is only directing The Last of Us Part 2. And then he's moving in, and it seems like he's the only one directing their next big game. But Lost Legacy, developer interviews. Is this it? Maybe. Live at E3 2017. So like, you notice for Uncharted The Lost Legacy, they didn't have Neil Druckmann leading the conversations or leading the interviews. Like, he didn't really do much of anything to hype this up or talk about it. It was all a secondary team within Naughty Dog that built this out, right? And it's because they wanted to establish independent teams that were able to make big decisions and do big projects by themselves without relying on Neil. It's also so funny to me. I remember playing this when it came out, and I was like, how did they get it looking so photorealistic? I remember just being baffled. And now I look at it and I'm like, the water looks kind of crappy. And like it's just so fascinating how over time we see better and better improvements in graphical technologies, and games that previously were like stunning are now like, oh yeah, that's pretty good. You know, it's just always fascinating. But yeah, Uncharted. But we'll see what this looks like as time goes on, because I think even Naughty Dog is trying to figure out how this works. Do they have Neil stay in the leadership position, actually manually directing all of this stuff, or do they kind of transition and do some other stuff? You know, it's going to be really, really interesting to see how it continues to develop. And in the case of Bethesda Game Studios, I think Todd is at the center of it. I mean, it's like, does anybody really think Kojima, whatever it is, Kojima Studios, Kojima Entertainment, I forget what he calls it, but Kojima's new development studio, do you think that works without him? Probably not. I mean, in that case, it's named after him. But also, like, From Software, does that find success without Hidetaka Miyazaki? He didn't like manually direct himself Armored Core 6. He did participate in the pre-production process of like movement, prototyping stuff, but the actual direction comes from somebody else that he's worked with before. It's just Kojima Productions. Okay. Did you see Kojima hanging out with Jordan Peele? Yeah, I did. What that means, I have no idea. Emil Pagliarulo seems to be groomed to take over. Personally, like, I think Emil is a very sweet guy. I think he's nice. I think he means really well. I think him leading BGS could be a big mistake. And I mean that with all due respect and love, because he's very, very capable in a lot of ways. But a lot of things I've not liked about recent Bethesda games are directly tied back to him. The writing of Fallout 4 all goes back to him. A lot of the thematic choices for Starfield all go back to him. Some of the weird narrative decisions with, like, even Fallout 76 early pre-production stuff goes back to him. So I would not love that, but perhaps you're right. Maybe they are priming him to take over, but he's also an older gentleman. I think he's older than Todd. So not sure. Internet Mouse, thanks for coming by, my friend. Much love. Have a good day. Miyazaki's big contribution to From Software is that they have someone who cares deeply about the integrity of the games and not making live service Dark Souls. Yeah, and once they lose that cult of personality, does that still work? Like, can anybody else push the publisher around that way? Because Miyazaki's shown them that if he just, like, you give me the check, I'll make the good game, and it will sell well. That's it. You don't mess with me. You don't mess with my team. You give me the check, pays for everybody's salaries while we develop it. We build the game. It does well. Everybody's happy. That's Miyazaki at the end of the day. And they go along with it because they're like, yeah, he's the guy that made Bloodborne and Elden Ring and Dark Souls 3 and also Sekiro. Like, he knows what he's doing. Let him do his thing. But once he's gone, do they treat him like that? I'm not sure. Bedtime, do you have a Patreon? You said you wanted to develop a game before, right? You could be closer to that if we funded you directly. That's true. For one, Patreon's always made me kind of uncomfortable, or alternative services like that. I just feel awkward having like regular money transferred from people like in that context. And it creates a strange kind of burden also on making sure that those reward tiers are kept up and everything. Like, it's always been kind of weird to me. I used to have, when I closed it down, because Patreon specifically, they had a bunch of people selling like access to private Instagram accounts and pictures of like underage children. And the Patreon accounts were being run by the parents of the children. But it seemed to me very clear what that was being done for, like parents selling access to pictures of like their children in swimsuits through Patreon. And Patreon's policies were like, well, the account's owned by an adult, so we don't care. It's not our place to shut that down. Like, it's like, bro, you're basically like selling pictures of children in swimsuits. That to me is not okay. So in protest, I canceled my Patreon, and it cost me, I think we were making like $600-700 a month on it, but I didn't want to participate in that, so we shut it down. Whether they fixed that or not, I'm not sure at this point, but yeah, it was a whole thing that nobody really talked about, because a lot of creators make a lot of money on Patreon, so they just kind of pretend like it wasn't happening, which was quite disappointing to see. But hopefully they fixed it and they addressed it and it's not a thing anymore. But I don't know. Definitely worth digging into, though, if you send money to people on Patreon. What about Floatplane? I have had conference calls with them about Floatplane. I talked to Luc Lafreniere about it, and we might do it eventually. As for like specifically funding a game development studio or something, if we get to the point where I'm able to build like a little bitty proof of concept prototype to show people, then I would be comfortable asking for contributions to get it across the finish line. But as of right now, like, I have a design document I've been working on for a while. And so I have the game kind of like planned out pretty well, but there's a huge leap between that and actually making the game. So we'll see. we'll see. Hopefully we get there eventually. I mean, if the YouTube channel continues to grow and if somehow we eventually get to the point where we're making like, you know, tens upon tens of thousands of dollars a month, and I'm able to like fund a bunch of employees on the side that just work on the game while I'm doing the YouTube stuff, while we build out prototypes, that would be for me the ultimate goal, is to get to that point. And then like once we have a prototype, I can share it with everybody, and assuming it doesn't look terrible, you can then support it and contribute if you want to. But I'd like to have something tangible before asking for money for it. It just makes me uncomfortable to be like, yeah, money, please, while I don't have anything to show for it other than like some sketches and like design doc stuff. Did I ever play Boundary? I don't think so, Foe. I don't believe I did. You should fund Rocksteady for a game. Yeah, they might be in need of some cash after Suicide Squad launches. They might need a little bit of cash, yeah. Maddie's making a game. You could reach out to him to see how he's doing it for tips or anything. Yeah, I'd be down to chat with Maddie about it. I know he was pretty reserved about it. He didn't really want to talk about it too much because I mean, obviously, it's something he's working on and it's something he's passionate about, and he doesn't want to show it before it's ready, you know? So I get that. I get that. Big Fry's making a game? Oh, cool. Can I write the script? Sean, I think that would be awesome. That'd be hilarious. Yeah. What kind of game are we making? Like I said, it's very, very early on. Like I said, it's just like design doc stuff. Once we get into the like prototyping, stuff will no doubt change. But huge inspirations for it are games like Disco Elysium, some of these old school detective style games. And in terms of like ambiance, like imagine late 1800s, like Victorian England meets Sweeney Todd meets Jack the Ripper, all wrapped up in an art style inspired by like Tim Burton. Like that's kind of what the whole thing's going around. Basically a dating sim, yeah. Basically a dating sim. Can you imagine after hyping up a game, like I've been working on this for so long, guys. I've been working on it so long. Here we go. Here's the big reveal. And it's a dating sim. That'd be so good. Surprise, it's not pirates. The problem with doing a pirate game is that pirate games are extremely difficult. Like you set a game in a city, you have characters walking through city streets, talking to people. It's pretty straightforward. You set a game around like piracy, you now have like oceans to worry about, water, you have like navigating that. You also have to think about the art style. Like if you're doing 8-bit, okay, maybe having a pirate themed game is not that big of a deal. But if you go and you have like 3D graphics, all of a sudden doing a pirate themed game is a lot more difficult. It's like all of this water simulation stuff. You have the ship. If you're going to go out on the ship, how do you make the ship interesting for long periods of time without it growing boring? And like, I've seen this before. Oh God, like how do you keep it from getting old? You know, there's a lot of stuff that goes into it. Evyzilla, with recent Rockstar news about GTA 6, I was talking to a buddy about about who makes these games. I know Rockstar has multiple studios, but is it an all hands on deck thing with all the studios working on the big titles, or is it strictly this studio works on only this type of thing? My understanding, Evyzilla, is that big studios like Rockstar, they used to be kind of satellited off. So this studio, kind of like Ubisoft, would be working on this game. This studio is working on this game. This studio does support for all of it. So if they need help working on this section or doing this stuff, this team will send some devs to work on that in this bubble. And then this bubble helps over here. But over the last like 15 years, Rockstar has stopped that. And now all of the teams generally work together on one big game, which is like it was Red Dead Redemption 2, and now it's GTA. So they've transitioned to an all hands on deck kind of thing. And it would basically be like if Ubisoft stopped releasing annual Assassin's Creed games, and instead of having like 5 teams of 500 people each working on annual releases, like 5 games, at a time, they instead took all of those people and had 2,500 people working on a single game that releases every 5 years and is just freakishly massive and crazy ambitious. There's different ways of doing it. They're going to change the combat. They've heard the criticism from the game being a walking simulator. I mean, we've seen leaks. We've seen game systems working, and it looks very much like Grand Theft Auto 5. Disco is a game built to outlast any trend. Absolutely. Yeah. No, and that's kind of the magic of Disco Elysium. Room tour when? Once I get the new bookshelves in and all this is kind of moved to its final resting place, then we'll do like a whole studio tour. I've got a couple more things to clean up. I have a big pile of cables just outside a frame, so I've got to fix those. But yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. The teams are overseen by Rob Nelson. He exactly said they combined all their studios for Red Dead Redemption 2. Yeah. So they're all over the world, but they're all kind of working together on one big project at a time. And to be clear, that doesn't mean that they have like an army of 500 people modeling stuff and then 500 people texturing stuff and then 500 people doing that. Like each of these teams was its own studio. So they're able to assign like, okay, you guys work on the Act 2 storyline. You guys are going to be working on this online component because they're basically an online studio. And then this studio over here in this other part of the world is going to be working on, let's just say, bug testing and polish. And then you guys over here are the AI simulation team. You guys are working on all of these simulations for traffic, police, all of that. And so they just kind of specialize each group. But I mean, it really is a marvel of managing companies. I mean, I went to business school and it's crazy to think how they manage it. I mean, just think of trying to get anything done, like a big project, except you are separated by like 12 hours because they're on the other side of the world. And you're also dealing with terabytes worth of information. And there are story writers doing stuff over here in another country that then you have to communicate to the whole team, and then they have to be able to build off of that properly. Like, and all the way you need to keep stuff so locked down that not a single thing leaks. Like, it gets pretty mind-boggling. It's why I would love to see more like the behind the scenes of making something like Red Dead 2 or like Grand Theft Auto 6. But let's be honest, there's little chance that they had like a camera crew in there filming while they worked on the game. I highly doubt it. Highly doubt it. Jeff Murr, you just described my entire life. So yes, I totally understand. Like, oh, I have a story to tell that is perfect for this, but I can't remember the specifics. Yeah, I totally agree. That kind of project development is why Rockstar takes a long time, whereas Insomniac with a tightly knit team produces a game sooner. Yeah, exactly. No, that's precisely why. It's why like a bigger team does not necessarily mean like a faster team or a more efficient team. You would think like Activision's a great example. They have how many thousands of developers, and yet they spend a year or 2 or 3 years working on something, and it ends up being like a lazily thrown together pile of garbage that's only 3 hours long. Like with this, they have the zombie mode, sure, they have the multiplayer, but all of those kind of play similarly to everything we've had before. And then this single player campaign is like laughably lazy. It's just recycled locations from Warzone and DMZ, and that's it. And you're like, how did that happen? How did they not get more done? But a lot of it is just because of inefficient and ineffective management. And like that's been the story of the century with Activision has just been that they clearly have managerial issues where managers treat it like a boys club. They don't actually focus on hitting targets and getting deadlines met and all this stuff. Whereas Rockstar is all about perfectionism, and they have a very healthy company culture in terms of that. But sometimes when they focus on perfectionism, like Naughty Dog, for example, quality of life and life work balance also drops off. I mean, there were all of those complaints around the launch of The Last of Us Part 2, where developers were allegedly like sleeping at the studio under their desk during crunch, because they'd work until 2 a.m. and they're like, I'm expected to be here at 6 a.m. to continue crunching. So they just stay at the office and sleep under their desk for 4 hours, wake up, keep working. Now, it's crazy, but they have an attitude of perfectionism. So if you want to stay in the studio, you need to behave like that. You know? Drugged up managers on vacation all year long. Yeah, exactly. Enigma, you the goat. You the goat. No, I have not heard of that. Andreon, I have not heard of that. Fantastic Pixel Castle. I've not heard of that. I'll pull it up in another tab so I can look it up once we wrap up. But it's a NetEase studio. Interesting. Made of a bunch of devs and stuff, making another MMO. Interesting. I think GTA 6 is coming next year. Devs should stop announcing games that are years away. Yeah, I really do think, like Todd said in that interview, the announcement of games like years and years in advance kind of was as a result of all of the Marvel stuff, where Marvel was revealing like their whole game plan for the next 15 movies. So you know exactly what's happening all the time. And a lot of game developers were like, oh, so that's what we should do because it works for Marvel. Marvel's one of the biggest production companies in history, so they know what they're doing. And it doesn't really work for games. I mean, it just doesn't. Still got the pod with Jor today? I believe so. Should be in a bit, though. Let's see. He did just reach out to me. Still waiting on Hellblade 2. Yeah, that's a hilarious one. That one's been AFK for a while. Yeah, that one I really don't know. Do you think we'll get any level of gameplay footage in the trailer, or will it just be character trailer for the 2 like they did with 5? What was the trailer for Red Dead 2 like? RDR2 announcement trailer. Let's see. I believe this was the very first trailer they dropped, dude, 7 years ago. Where did the time go? 7 years ago they revealed Red Dead 2. Do you feel old yet? Feel old? I feel old. I feel real old, man. Wow. Okay, so this was October 20th, 2016. And this is what they showed. Oh, I just remembered they'll copyright strike this if I play the whole thing. So all of this was like stills from the game. So all in game, because this is what the game actually looks like. I mean, none of this is like rendered cinematics or anything, or pre-rendered cinematics rather. This is all in-game stuff, captured in-game, showing what the game actually looks like and runs like. I remember this just breaking my brain when we saw that this was running in real time. But they probably do something like this. I mean, I think the GTA 5 announcement too was kind of like this. Wasn't it? 12 years ago. Yeah, it was also in-game. Dude, look. Like looking back, you can see, yeah, this is clearly like on the 360 PS3, like texture quality is really low. Polygon counts drop to like single digits in the background. Like, you know, you can tell. But yeah, it was actual in-game stills or in-game footage. I'm showing the stills. But I think they do something like this. I think they actually show in-game stuff. They probably won't show raw gameplay of you just like playing the game and running around, but yeah, I think it probably ends up looking something like this. That's my guess. Yeah, just a tone setting trailer. That's my vibe too. I think so. I still don't know how they got that game to run on the 360 and PS3. Dude, for real. Also, I think music really does wonders for the trailer. Well, and what's going to be so stupid, and I'm just going to be real with everybody, they're going to copyright strike the ever-living crap out of anybody that uses that trailer. To this day, like, if I post a Red Dead Redemption video, we have to be careful not to show cutscene clips that were shown in the trailers. Because if we show a little segment of Dutch, be like, I need some goddamn faith, Arthur. If we just show a little bit, they'll copyright strike the whole video. Just for that. Just for that. It's really stupid. But yeah, Rockstar are one of the few developers and publishers that will copyright strike a video just because it uses a cinematic that was used in a trailer. It's crazy. Have some goddamn faith, Arthur. Foe, do you edit your videos or still have an editor? I don't edit most of my current videos. I have 2 editors that I work with. So like I have one guy that does short form content like TikToks, YouTube shorts, that kind of thing. And then Jacob, the one and only, does most of the main channel videos and live stream clips and stuff like that. I still like editing videos and stuff, but I have noticed Jacob has talents that I do not have with editing. So he brings something unique to the table that adds to the videos and makes them even better than if I was just editing them myself. And then Trevor, our editor for the short form stuff, he does an amazing job, and I don't know how he does it, but he's able to go through streams and clips and find stuff that works for live stream clips that I just would have never thought of. Like, it's so good. It's so good. Shout out Jacob.
Shout out to the chess club.
No, Mythin, I think that it probably ends up being shorter. I think we probably see like a 30-hour story. I think. You know what I want to see? I'm going to link this video. Let's check this out because this is from a small YouTuber. Let me post this in here too. Okay, this is from a small YouTuber that posted this video that I find very intriguing. So go over here, send Bryce some love. But he posted a video called How the Success of Baldur's Gate 3 Proved BioWare Wrong. And as a premise, I think this is interesting. Okay? Let's see.
Lorien Studios has completely proved BioWare wrong with their superior methods of making games, by using this one trick that no other game devs have ever heard of. What is this secret method, you might ask? Well, it's something we rarely see in games today, with microtransactions running rampant and games feeling more like a get-rich-quick scheme than an actual product. Lorien decided to do something different than other developers. But before we get into that...
I know everybody's going to give him crap about him saying Lorien. Somebody already gave him crap in the comments, okay? That's okay.
First, do you remember BioWare? You know, that little old game developer based in the mythical land of Canada. For those who don't know, back in the...
Oh, are they Canadian? How did I not know that? I guess it doesn't matter. Are they Canadian? Really? Oh, I know.
Today, they were the undisputed kings of RPGs, responsible for industry-moving titles like Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, Mass Effect.
It is really sad that they are the guys behind Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. Somebody else uses it. Uses the franchise, and it's amazing and stunning, and then BioWare can't get a single game out. that's reviewed above like a 5.
And let's not forget the amazing Dragon Age series. Well, the series isn't really all that amazing per se. It's more like the amazing Dragon Age Origins, because any other Dragon Age game kinda sucks massive ding dong. Now, I don't say this out of spite for BioWare. It's just a matter of fact. Play Dragon Age Origins, and then afterwards play Dragon Age Inquisition.
Andarian, thank you. Glad to have you, my friend. So it does beg the question, was BioWare ever like that great? I mean, the current BioWare. Of course, like if you go back into like the early 2000s when they're pumping out like Baldur's Gate, you could say that that was a different studio entirely. At least I would. But like it's been a while since they really knocked it out of the park. I mean, I guess you could say so. Dragon Age Inquisition, or to give this guy crap for pronunciation, which I don't. I mean, it's kind of like beating a dead horse because people are already saying it. Dragon Age Inquisition, but yeah, no, I won't. I don't think that's fair. But like Inquisition, I think technically won Game of the Year in 2014. So at the very least, it was Game of the Year, which should count for something. You know, now we can look back and be like, oh, well, no, it actually sucked. But it won Game of the Year, I'm pretty sure. Can somebody fact check me on that? I'm pretty sure it won 2014's Game of the Year. But it does beg the question, like, were they, like, was Andromeda that shocking? I mean, it was shocking that it just was so broken. But the core RPG mechanics and stuff were also not very good. Must have been a weak year. It kind of was, yeah. I mean, what else came out in 2014? We had like Assassin's Creed Unity. Like, I don't know what else came out in 2014. Watch Dogs, I think, was 2014.
It's like night and day, people. It's not even close. BioWare has slowly gone down the shitter from 2010 and onward by changing their games to be more appealing to a mass audience and alienating their core fan base. On the other hand, Larian Studios has done the complete opposite by improving their niche with each iteration, resulting in not only unwavering support from their core audience, but also mass exposure from an audience outside. As of recently, BioWare is also downsizing their team and shit-canning a lot of their employees. So yeah, the way that BioWare is going, it might just be over for them, if they don't learn from their mistakes. And I'm not wishing on their downfall and hoping to piss on their graves anytime soon. Although, that would be nice.
What, did he show a picture of Kanye talking about pissing on graves? Like, did I miss something? Is that a bit? I don't know. I mean, I think the lesson with all this, and I think this is the thesis of the video with all this, is just that there's a misconception in the industry where a lot of these corporate execs think that if you want your game to appeal to a mass market, you have to make it kind of generic. Oh, he has a song called Piss on the Grave. Oh, okay. See, there you go. I didn't know that. I was like, why is there Kanye when he's talking about pissing on a grave? Like, is Kanye dead? Did I miss something? Anyway, but they say that you have to like make the game kind of generic, appeal to a mass market. And if you don't do that, your game is just not going to perform well because it won't appeal to this huge swath of players. You're going to miss out on it. And I think that that is such a huge miscalculation because it ends up making all of these games super uninteresting, frankly, because they're trying to be, you know, this master of all, and they just end up being mediocre at everything that they do. And Larian has shown clearly, and I think From Software is the other group that's shown this clearly, that if you have your niche where you have some diehard fans, but like you go back and you play, like you look at the community around Demon Souls when Demon Souls launched, like it was a pretty small community. It wasn't like that big. It just wasn't. But as they went on, the games got better and better and better. The community grew a little bit each time, but the word of mouth is what caused it to just explode. And so eventually it just popped off, and now the games are mainstream, and From Software is seen as like the guys that do those types of games. I mean, now that genre is basically named after their games. They're like Soulsborne games. They're named after their games. They made a genre basically by themselves. I know Kojima said that Death Stranding was going to be a new genre of gaming, the Strand type games, which was just baffling because it wasn't true. Like he's like, yeah, it's a new genre because players will help each other passively through things they leave behind to help. And I'm like, bro, they like do that in From Software games with like notes left on the floor, where like they'll say, don't jump ahead, because if you jump ahead, there's like an invisible creature that comes and grabs you. Like players have already been doing that in other games. This is not new. Like it's just not, you know, it really isn't. But it like they basically built a genre. And in the case of Larian, of course, the genre that they're partaking in is not new. These games have been around since the 80s, basically, in varying forms, but they have made them so good that now Baldur's Gate 3 is going to be the standard to which everything is compared perpetually ad infinitum. Like that's what it is. Like they have established the genre where every time an RPG comes along, it's going to be compared to Baldur's Gate 3. All of these games, even with Starfield, it's been compared to Baldur's Gate 3 because people are like, the camera, like I've said this, where it's like the dialogue camera being straight on. It's like, welcome to my shop in Starfield. Here you can buy stuff. Oh wait, I forgot. It starts out with him facing the wrong way. Welcome to my shop. Is there anything I can help you with? I saw you come in with a bunch of space raiders. You got to be careful about that. Then he kind of glitches over. Want to see my wares? Like, and I think that looks horrible. I think it looks way worse than the cinematic camera that they had in Fallout 4. And they figured it out also in Baldur's Gate 3. And Baldur's Gate 3 is a way bigger game than Starfield is. And they figured out dynamic cinematic cameras for that as well. And so you can compare features directly because the standard has been raised. And I think Baldur's Gate 3 has shown that this EA approach of make your games generic so they appeal to, on paper, maybe big, like wider audiences, that just is not the case. If you specialize and you are the best at what you do, the audience will come and you will be, you'll eventually find that audience and they'll support you. Your face is too expressive for Starfield. Oh yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. I haven't practiced. Don't pander to everyone else. Yeah, and it's the same thing that's happening in movies. It's the same thing that's happening in TV shows. Like everybody's doing this where they're trying to make everybody happy and trying to make everybody feel like, oh, I'm represented in this game, or this game's targeting me because of this, this, and this. And it just doesn't work. Like, it just doesn't work. You got to have something that you're really good at. And then those people come in, they'll be so amazed by it that they'll then come and like start pushing and saying that like, oh, you got to try this. And that's the thing with Baldur's Gate 3. The word of mouth basically made that game a tremendous success. They just go around, they're like, hey, you got to try this game. It's amazing. You think it's like at its peak, and then they have something else crazy happen and all of your decisions really matter and all of it builds and builds and builds and builds. And it's just delectable. And so people try it and they end up loving it. Y'all need to put some respect on BioWare's name. I think that they lost all due respect, frankly, Jack, when they put out back-to-back dumpster fires and charged full price for them. I understand you can blame EA for it. I understand that. But like, we're talking about BioWare as a company underneath another parent company. We're talking about that. Like, it's not the same company it was 15 years ago. And I understand that. And that's sad. It's a bummer, but their actions have to count for something. I don't buy into the notion that you put like worth on some corporation's name just because decades ago they did something you liked, you know? Yeah, it's just not the same company anymore. A lot of the devs aren't even the same. Exactly. It's not even the same team. A lot of the devs left because why would they want to hang out after Andromeda flops? A lot of them left. And then freaking Anthem comes out that flops. So then they're like, okay, yeah, I'm really sick of this. And they leave. So a lot of their best talent has been gone for a while, which is why I would not put many eggs in the Mass Effect basket. I wouldn't. Yeah, if you stop trying to create the best game and start trying to create the most successful game, you failed as an artist. Originality is key. Or just at its core, quality is key. Like, it's just a matter of quality. Anthem, the game that dethroned Fallout 76. Anthem at least ran pretty well. The problem with Anthem is it didn't have content. Fallout 76 didn't have much content, and it was horribly broken. I would say 76 was probably even worse than Anthem, personally, based on my experience with the two games at launch. Like, I think there was an alternative universe where Anthem got like rebooted and could actually find an audience, because like the core gameplay and combat and traversal was interesting enough, but there was just nothing to do with it. Like, you fight 15 waves of enemies and then the mission's over. Like, it just didn't really work. Fallout 76 expected you to find the content. Yeah, it was almost like they assumed that player interactions would make up for the lack of content in 76, and it just didn't. Like, players just didn't really like doing that. And like, they also made a bunch of last minute changes to how the anti-griefing rules worked. So like, you had to consent to being like, to engaging with certain players, and that just kind of ended up making the whole game feel like everybody had a leash on themselves. And so it wasn't like the free roaming piracy that everybody was kind of hoping for. I think since they've opened it up and now it's like kind of a free for all in some servers, but I'm not sure. It's been a minute since I went back and messed around with that stuff. Fallout 76 had BGS's staple world design that even Starfield doesn't have. That's enough to make it better than Anthem to me. Well, that's fair. Well, now that you can play it, that's the big thing. Like, you can play it now. You couldn't really play it back in 2017 or 2018 rather, when it launched. It basically just didn't work. But I mean, I agree. Starfield didn't even have that stuff, which is why Starfield felt like so weird. It's like, wait, so Bethesda's really good at this, and they threw that away and did this. Like, it just doesn't really make sense. Like, the more you look at Starfield, the more baffling it is. But I will shut up about that. Here, I think it's only right. I've seen like a lot of people ask me about this, because I've mentioned before that I used to watch a lot of this content, and I think we should probably mention it. Ooh, thank you.
God Emperor Sofa King is now a red flag. Emo, hot take, BG3 is boring. I decided to cave and finally try the game out. Played for 10 hours. I feel like wasted my money, unlike Starfield.
Oh my God, everybody buckle up. You know what? I'm glad you're the guy we've been looking for, the one that likes Starfield more than Baldur's Gate 3. I'm glad you enjoyed Starfield, my friend. I mean, it's one of those things where like, I can personally just agree to disagree. I think Baldur's Gate 3 is, as an RPG, way better. But you might just personally like maybe the ship customization. You might like the crafting systems or the base building and stuff, and that adds a lot of extra points for you. In which case, totes fair. Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't have that. So, yeah. Dan, I feel dumb. I've just noticed you moved. There's no door on the left. Yeah, we did move. And this will be different. I mean, we're going to have like all of this tweaked. And so this is going to be behind me along this wall. And then we're going to have new bookshelves along that back wall that will have all of the collectibles on it. So it's going to look a lot different. I will be honest. It does currently look like the old studio, just in a different room, because that's basically what it is. But it will be different. I promise. We aren't getting there. We are getting there. New studio tour once we get that stuff put up, once we get the bookshelves. I think, like I said, the bookshelves are being delivered on Friday. So I'll probably build them over the weekend, or maybe we'll build them during Monday's stream or something. Just depends on when they come out. But oh yeah, I wanted to touch on this because people have been asking, okay? This is tangentially related to gaming. So I understand if this is not your cup of tea, but I figured I would address it as somebody that has spent a lot of time over my life watching this creator. Back in the day, sorry, Jacob, new segment, spin move, new segment. For years, watched a lot of Boogie 2988, especially in high school, like back 2013, 14, 15. I watched a lot of his stuff. And it was just like, it was feel good content. This is a video from like 2011 where his character Francis does a Mountain Dew review. Like, it was really wholesome. It was just kind of silly and goofy. And like, looking at this, it's insane that this video did 5.7 million views. Like, it's insane that this went viral. It's just a guy pretending to be a gamer with a lisp.
You know, I mean, I get paid. I need to get paid. You know, so we're going to start with the basic. This is Mountain Dew. It's just a regular Dew. It's basic lemon lime taste. I don't know, it's that Sprite actually. Citrusy taste. Citrus.
Like, this video went hella viral. And it's so stupid. But like, this was just kind of entertaining, feel good content. You just kind of like chilled and would watch it and have a good time. And a lot of the stuff, like he had videos like, oh yeah, I want my goddamn Mountain Dew, which apparently this is a shorter version of like a 10-minute skit that he did that was way longer than this. And then they re-edited it. And this one ended up going hella viral at 25 million views. But it's actually a parody of another Angry Grandpa video, which was another guy that went viral a ton back in the day. This is 2012. And so like, this is a parody of another viral video that went more viral. So like, but this kind of content was the golden age of YouTube. This was blowing up. I mean, this kind of content that doesn't make any sense why it's so popular. This was huge. And like, this is what I grew up kind of watching. And he had other videos that were like what it's like to be broke, where it was just him, not in a character, just talking about life.
I grew up poor. That is to say, not that my family didn't have money, just that I didn't ever see any of it. My dad was a coal miner. He collected a fair amount of income. And my mother, she worked for the U.S. government teaching a preschool program called Head Start. So they had decent income. It's just they didn't like to spend it on us kids.
And like, he was just a soft-spoken, calm guy. Just a sweetie. Guyver, thank you for the 2. If you want to send me stuff, probably best way is either like, you can reach out directly to the email. If you go to the description box of the stream, you can see like the thing that says all my links, and it's a link tree. If you go there, there's an email address listed. You can send it to that goes to me and my agent, so we can check it out. But yeah, feel free to send me stuff. But yeah, it was just feel good content. I mean, that's really what it was. It was just chill and relaxing, nothing too crazy, but he seemed like a really down-to-earth, humble guy, which is why we watched it. And then something interesting happened. Like, as the years went on, he would make videos. He was the trending gamer, I think, in 2016. I think it was 2016. And so he was at the Game Awards, won the Trending Gamer Award. He's one of the last people that was actually in person that won it. And he was still beloved. I mean, everybody called him the Mr. Rogers of YouTube. Everybody was like, this is one of the OGs. He's like the grandpa, you know, everybody knows Boogie, and Boogie's been around forever, and he's just a sweet guy. But what followed in the years after like 2017 was the precipitous fall of somebody previously beloved into the status of a full-on lol cow. And it's just baffling to see. And I think there's a few moving parts to it. There's a handful of things that happen. Like, how did he go from that, the humble guy that was just sweet and almost like just adorable? He just seemed like a teddy bear. How did he go from that to a guy that people actively hate? There are entire videos dedicated, from like one from Sunny V2 with 7.8 million views that just tear him apart. Like this one.
Announcing that he's basically broke shouldn't be a surprise to anyone, as if you follow all of his incredibly poor choices made over the last 4 and a bit years, you'll understand that bankruptcy was almost unavoidable. So let's begin by looking at October 2.
So there's like a little update. Now, a lot of the stuff in this is like straight up taken out of context. Like, he returned, or he canceled his order for the Tesla when he realized what his monthly car payment would be. People never mention that. But I think that's worth like mentioning. And then like he got on stream and like memed about begging for money and stuff. And those clips are always taken out of context because he's joking like, so people think I'm out here just begging for money, asking you to pay for my Tesla. The answer is yes. Yeah, I'm totally asking for it. But people would cut it out of context. So there were a handful of things where I think people were arguing in perhaps bad faith with it. But he's also done a lot of just totally batshit insane stuff. Okay. Like crazy, crazy stuff. And one of the things he's done recently that was particularly crazy is agreed to do a documentary produced by Mike Klum going through his life and how he ended up where he's at. The documentary now has 1.4 million views. I watched it when it was at like 700 because I've been waiting for this for a while. Mike Klum started this channel from scratch, and I think he had like 1.2 thousand subs when this video went up 8 days ago, and it's since exploded and is doing very, very well because it's a very good documentary, honestly. But this goes through, they follow Boogie around for months and months and months. They are interviewing him, talking to him, seeing what his current life is like and his current status is like, talking to his friends and exploring his financial situation, his personal life, all that stuff. And it's just freakishly depressing. But what I need you to understand about Boogie is pretty much his entire success on YouTube. Like, he was posting some videos in like 2008, 2009. But after a few years, he met a girl named Des, who he fell in love with. They got married. And she was married to him through the entire like rise of Boogie. From the moment that he really started to explode, she was there and she was with him all the way as he gained millions of subs into like the 4+ million sub range. And then he announced he was going to get gastric bypass, I think is the surgery he got, which is a weight loss surgery in 2017, I believe it was. And they say that like 70% ish of marriages that enter that surgery end up in divorce. 70%. And a lot of it is because of like, somebody's going through a massive surgery, their moods will be all over the place, so they'll be probably mean and tough to be around. And then they also need a lot of care, so you're going to be basically a nurse the whole time. And also, like, in these relationships, the dynamic changes. So the like, say it's in Boogie's case, he's the morbidly obese person, she is his caretaker. And in some cases, I don't know what it was like in the case of Boogie, but in some cases, they're also an enabler. They're the ones that make the really unhealthy food that they eat. They're the ones that help them gain the weight, intentionally or not. I'm not saying she was a feeder or something, but I don't think we know if she was a feeder. But there is like questions about that. Like, when you've lived your whole life with him being morbidly obese, and then all of a sudden he drops and can only eat the amount of food of like a single egg. That's how big his stomach is after the surgery. The dynamic will change. I mean, of course, the relationship will change a lot. So you have to ask, like, how likely is this relationship to kind of make it through this? And in their case, it didn't make it through. They announced shortly after that they were getting divorced. Boogie's wife left a handful of months after the surgery, and they divorced. And pretty much from that moment on, she or he began to self-destruct in a very visible way online. He started to put out insane content that just didn't make any sense. He partnered and buddied up with somebody he had met before named Jesse, who you might have also heard of as McJuggernuggets. And McJuggernuggets, let me see if I can find it.
Look.
He's this guy, like 4 million subs. I don't actually know if he still makes videos. 5 months ago, 68,000, 70,000. I don't know. Like his stuff was all like Psycho Dad. You remember those old viral videos? Psycho Dad shreds video games. Psycho Dad drowns Xbox. You remember these? And it was just a video of him like screaming. Well, all of these videos were fake. Like all of them were staged, pretending like they were catching their dad breaking their stuff. They were all staged to go viral, and then the dad goes and throws the Xbox in the pool, and then he screams, and that's the whole video. It's the whole concept. And like it's really toxic to watch now.
How many times did I... Holy shit! Holy shit!
That's his content. So Boogie buddied up with this guy, and this guy started pushing him to make all sorts of videos that were just not good. Like this is shortly after Boogie's weight loss in like 2018. You can see he looks really good, actually. He was down in like the mid to low 300s. He had lost a ton of weight. But he partnered up with this McJuggernuggets guy, and this McJuggernuggets guy started suggesting that he makes this kind of content, this kind of like scripted, fake drama, clickbait stuff. And Boogie was previously known as like the guy that doesn't do clickbait. He's just a sweetheart that talks about video games and hangs out, and that's it. Like, and so it didn't work with his brand. Everybody was thoroughly confused why he was making this kind of content, and his audience didn't like it, of course. And I didn't like it. I stopped watching Boogie right around this time because I was like, this isn't Boogie. This is McJuggernuggets, and I don't like it. Like, there's a reason I don't watch his stuff. So he lost a ton of following making these videos. And he was then all of a sudden confused where everybody was going. And he thought it was because he was losing weight. And then he also, yeah, this is like Boogie's variation. See, 2016, he started to buddy up with him. This is before the weight loss surgery. I mean, look how big Boogie was. That like Boogie was, he still is big, but like Boogie was previously really big. He was in like the mid 500s.
Go back to working at fucking McDonald's.
See, it's all like weird staged stuff.
Don't touch that.
Like I don't understand it. And then Boogie comes out like, again, look how big Boogie was. Again, he's still big, but he is nowhere near this big anymore. But like, how is this content entertaining? Like, I don't understand it. I'm thoroughly confused. He was just massive. It's crazy to see. It's crazy to see. So he started to make this weird transition with content where it wasn't just like feel good, just a sweet, honest guy talking about stuff. And it became weird clickbait stuff. And then his audience started to fall off. So then he's talking to Jesse, and Jesse's like, you got to lean more into clickbait. It's just that you aren't doing enough of it. So he started doing more of it. And it was more scripted stuff, more stilted, and it just, everything was staged and not, just not what his audience wanted. And so he started to get a little lost. And it only got worse and worse as time went on. And then one of the subreddits kind of went after him, and let's just say he started to kind of implode under that weight because he's chronically terminally online, which is a term for somebody who is so online that they get themselves into trouble because they never know when to shut up. It's like the people that tweet like 100 times a day and just constantly screw up. So there's a lot of, rage bait entertainment. Yeah, almost like that. So, he lost his positive influence in his life, is what it seems like. I agree. I think his wife was keeping him grounded through all of this. And once she left, he lost a bit of himself and didn't know who he was anymore. And then he also had this huge change, which was that he lost hundreds of pounds, which You saw how big Boogie was in that clip. To go from that, where you can't walk 20 feet without needing to sit down, to go from that to still like 300s, or I think Boogie now is in like the 400 range. But to go down to that weight and be able to like walk around and do stuff finally, that is life changing. So he lost a bit of himself when his wife left, and then he changes physically completely. And around the same time, Jesse from McJuggernuggets, he suggested that he do stuff like get his teeth fixed. So like all of his teeth were pulled and he had implants put in. They're not individual implants. It's like a tray basically of teeth, almost like dentures that get screwed in. So he got these big fake teeth that looked way better than his old stuff. He could actually chew now and stuff, but it also meant that he couldn't do the Francis voice anymore, because the Francis voice was pretty much limited just to how his teeth were. And he could make that voice because his teeth were screwed up. But he got his teeth swapped out. And then also, not like veneers. Like veneers, I think, are where they get your teeth nubs down to a bit and then they put veneers over top. His stuff, maybe I misunderstand that. That's what I thought veneers are. But what he had done is all of his teeth were pulled and then they like cut kind of a slit in the gums, and then they put what are basically dentures, like a whole tray of dentures, all of your teeth, and they put it up there and they're fake. And then they screw into the mandible, the actual bone up there. And then the gums drop back over them. It's kind of crazy. But his teeth were so bad they couldn't even do that. Like they couldn't even do veneers. They had to take it all out. So he got that done. So he physically looks totally different, lost all the weight. He has new teeth and looks totally different. Now doesn't have a wife. Like he felt very different. And the other thing, McJuggernuggets encouraged him to put all of his money. He had about $750,000 saved up. It's just sitting in a bank account. And he encouraged him to put it all into crypto. So Boogie did that because he trusted what this Jesse guy said. And for a little while, Boogie had a lot of money as a result of Ethereum skyrocketing, right? We all remember the big boom where everybody was talking about crypto. So Boogie, out of nowhere, became a millionaire. A crypto millionaire. This is the video. I'm finally rich. How crypto made me rich.
This is YouTube, Boogie298 coming at you live once again through the power of the internet. And this is a rambling video. It's a vlogging video.
Again, January 2021. This aged poorly. Why did it age poorly? Because Boogie, because all of his money was in crypto, lost everything. Because again, not official financial advice. I have a degree in finance, so I like to think I know a little bit about what I'm talking about, but not official financial advice. If you say you're investing in crypto, stop. Take all of your money out and go to somebody that knows what they're doing, okay? Guyver, thank you so much for the 2, and thank you. I'll check it out. So investing in crypto is it's an oxymoron. You cannot invest in crypto. Investments require a financial instrument to actually have value intrinsically. What you're doing with crypto is something called speculation. You're buying something that is only worth what it's worth because everybody agrees it's worth that. It's not intrinsically worth that. A good mental test for this is if you buy something and you are not allowed to sell it ever, does it still have value? In the case of a share of like Microsoft, it does, because you own a share of a company that's producing revenue, that produces dividends. You're going to get paid out on those dividends. So you can buy a share of Microsoft, never sell it, and it will still generate money for you. It still isn't a financial instrument that is intrinsically valuable. With crypto, you're buying something that is just worth what it's worth because everybody agrees that it's currently worth that price. So tomorrow, everybody could agree like a Bitcoin is worth 100,000, or tomorrow they could agree it's worth 10,000. There's nothing backing it up. There's no company, no business backing it up. So if you say you're investing in crypto, that to me immediately says you don't understand investments, and especially you don't understand crypto. So don't put your money there. You can put money in crypto. You can speculate on crypto and throw money there, but you have to understand that you are at a high likelihood, much higher than investing in like an ETF like the S&P 500 or something. You're at a high likelihood of just losing everything. So don't, especially don't put all of your eggs in that basket, which is what Boogie did. And so when Boogie lost all that money, or when Boogie put the money in crypto, in Ethereum, and it went up a lot, he looked like a millionaire. And he's like, wow, this is amazing. Now, if he sold everything, he got in and was great. And like, he's a happy camper. Forex trading often it's nowadays done a lot with like algorithmic trading, and it's all just about little bits of arbitrage along the way. So like Forex trading is just different. Forex trading is something that experts tend to do. Amateurs trying to Forex trade are probably losing all of their money. But again, that's a whole other, that's a whole other topic too. But that's the problem. Exactly. Drock, nobody knows where the top is. Everybody that puts money into any of these markets needs to understand there is no timing the market. There's something called cost basis averaging, where like, imagine if you just set up that you are going to invest $10,000 in the market or in 2023, and you do that, or let's say 12,000, keep it easy. Let's just say 12,000 is what you're putting in the account this year. You could put 12,000 in January and hope that you're buying when the market's low, and that by the end of the year, the market's at the top, right? That's what you could hope. Or you could cost basis average it, which is where you go in and you put $1,000 in January, 1,000 in February, 1,000 in March, 1,000 in April, 1,000 in May. Understanding that along the way, there will be spikes and dips. In February, you might be buying it at the bottom. In March, you may be buying it at the top. But overall, you've averaged your cost basis for the overall investment. And so that's how you can kind of think about getting around the problem of trying to buy at the right time, because you're never going to buy it at the right time. There is no timing the market like that. If there was a way to time the market like that, you would be a trillionaire. Like, it's just that simple. Yeah, Glizzy, you better believe this is live. Yeah, so that's just a whole thing. In terms of, if I get back over here. So like with Boogie at that point, like once he had made millions, he should have just sold, taken the cash out, buy apartment buildings that cash flow, generates a cash on cash return. Like, not official financial advice. I think in the past, he should have done something very different than what he did. What he did was he kept all of the money in crypto, and then it crashed and he lost everything. And now it looks like he is actually slated to potentially even lose his house. This is how the documentary opens, okay? This film documents the life of Boogie2988 following his downfall from internet fame. For a period of 9 months, I had exclusive access to his day-to-day schedule, personal contacts, and financial statements.
There was one girl.
Could be upsetting to viewers.
I don't know if I should talk about this, Mike, but I'm going to. There was one girl that I dated. She liked a lot of childish things. She liked rubber ducks. That's why I have some of these rubber ducks. And one of my favorite memories with her is us sitting in this tub, her playing with rubber ducks as I washed her, and then when we got out, I took her to bed. One of the best nights of my life, Mike. Happened right here.
I'm pretty sure that was his wife, because his wife, he showed some house tours and everything was like Batman and rubber ducky themed. So I'm pretty sure he's describing his wife. He is now facing bankruptcy and foreclosure.
Yeah, so when it comes to financial approach, I don't fucking know what I'm doing.
True.
Money comes in, money goes out. For the longest time, my ex-wife handled that shit, but then
So again, another thing to consider. Remember I said I think all of this is just because of his wife leaving? His wife used to handle all of the finance stuff, and the moment he gets control of it, he throws it all into crypto and loses everything. Like, a little sad. A little sad.
when I got divorced,
I don't know where my money is. I don't know what it's doing. The only thing I've ever done with it is I threw it into crypto and then lost a shitload of it. Well, here's everything. If you want to see, there's 2,700.
So he has a CD. What this tells me, so a CD is a certified deposit. So like you can go to your bank. Let's just say you're at Wells Fargo. You go to your bank and you say, I want to buy a 1-year CD, or I want to buy a 10-year or 5-year, whatever they offer. Usually these are very likely, like they're very safe investments. And these are actual investments because you're going to get your money back and you're going to get the return, so long as like the bank doesn't go bankrupt. But even then, if it's an FDIC insured bank, your money is protected up to like $250,000 per account. So you're fine. But when I see somebody that buys a CD, I see somebody that desperately wants to save money. Like they understand the goal, but they just like, he has $1,000 CD with $163,000 owed on his mortgage and $658 owed on a credit card. And I don't need to explain this to you, but I'm just going to say it because sometimes people don't understand this. If you have debt with any interest rate on it, if you are also putting money in a savings account with a very low interest rate, which this probably is, because this is a 1-year CD. I don't know when he opened it, but if he opened it, say 6 months ago when rates were a bit lower, like he might be generating 5 or 6% on this, right? Let's say really good. Right now, based on rates, this might even be generating like 6-7%. If in order for this to make sense, having this credit card interest rate has to be lower than that. Otherwise, he is losing money. If you have a, like just in terms of APR, if you have a 10% return on an investment of $1,000, and then you have a 28% interest rate on your credit card balance of $1,000, and you wait a year, you will end up below where you started. Even though you invested, you're below because you have expensive debt. So you have to wipe out expensive debt before anything else. And so again, like I understand people want to save and invest stuff because it's what you hear you should do. First priority always should be to get rid of all credit card debt, not official financial advice, all credit card debt, all expensive debt that you have, because that's what will kill you. That, I mean, even a balance like this could be generating an extra $15-20 of interest every month for absolutely nothing. Like it's just because you have a balance. That's it. That's it.
$158 in my bank account right now, and let's see if mortgages come out yet. So tomorrow when they take mortgage out, I'll have about $700 to live off of until the 20th when I get paid again from YouTube. So I'm just going to live off of $700.
One of the other things to know about Boogie that I've not mentioned yet, Boogie has a roommate that he's lived with for like 20 years. I forget what his name is, like if it's Chris or something. They mention it quickly in the documentary where he's talking to his girlfriend and saying like, are you okay if we have to move to a 1-bedroom apartment and we're eating nothing but Taco Bell and blah, blah, blah. He mentions his roommate's name, but he has had one roommate he's lived with for like 20 years. Even when he was married, living with his wife, they still had this roommate. And it's because like it's his friend from when he was younger. His friend like saved his life a couple of times because he was very depressed and was going to do something stupid. Blah, blah, blah. It's a good friend of his, which I can totally appreciate and understand. However, he's approaching 50 years old and has a roommate who apparently doesn't pay rent. Is that not weird? That seems weird to me. Like that seems really weird. Or are they saying that the mortgage of $2,000 is after? Is that after his buddy contributes, or is his mortgage, so like is his mortgage $2,500 and then his roommate pays $500 rent, and so his effective mortgage that he pays is $2,000? In which case, I'm gonna be real, I don't know, like he's owned this house since I think 2013, 14. I've never heard him mention refinancing it. And this house was probably worth like $130,000, $140,000. It's in Arkansas. Like not in a big city. It's in like a little neighborhood in Arkansas. It's probably like $150,000 house back in 2013. And like, so I don't understand. Like, this doesn't add up. Does his roommate live there free and clear? That's a problem. You should deal with that. But they never really address it in the whole documentary, and he doesn't bring it up. But he has said he will never live without that roommate. His roommate will always be with him. And it's almost never addressed. I'm not sure if the guy doesn't like being on camera or talked about, but he has a roommate he's lived with for years and years and years, and it's just never mentioned. It's really odd. And you're right. Like, this is just the mortgage. Mortgages typically will include, I don't know how it works in Arkansas, but I would assume it's all the same. But typically, mortgages will include, like, your homeowner's insurance is lumped in there. Usually when people say mortgage payment, it includes that. Your taxes, property taxes, all of that gets lumped in. So all that's there, but this doesn't include electric. This doesn't include your plumbing, sewer, trash, all of that stuff. So there's probably another like $200-300 on top of this, just in terms of the other stuff that gets taken out. Your internet service, all that stuff. It starts to really, really add up quick. Are you sure he isn't his cameraman? Oh, for some of his like skit videos. Yeah, I think he's held the camera for some of his skit videos, but it's not brought up in the documentary like at all. It's odd. He's just a walking cautionary tale at this point. Yeah. Yeah. This camera guy in this scene is the documentarian. It's Mike Klum. And then he had a couple of people that helped him. So in a couple of scenes, there's like 3 cameras going. So.
And I'll probably sell some cards along the way.
When he says sell cards, he means Magic the Gathering cards that he's collected. Because he does have a collection of Magic the Gathering cards worth tens of thousands of dollars. So he's going to be selling these cards to survive, selling collectibles.
Use that money to make ends meet as well. I have a credit card with them that I owe $600 on. And on top of that, I still owe $163,000 on my house. I think my net worth is 0. Once you pull...
So let's see. Assets of 105 is his equity. So they're saying that his...
the equity out of the house. Get rid of the house debt.
They're saying he has $165,000 owed on the house with $105,000 in equity. So they're saying the house is only worth $270,000 at this point. Cash, he has 30 grand in crypto still, about 30,000 in collectibles. Okay. I mean, the fundamental equation in all of finance is assets equals liabilities plus equity. So if you want to know your equity, you do assets minus liabilities, which gives you kind of what you actually have, which is what they're doing here. Or if you want to know what liabilities you have, you do your assets minus your equity, and that'll tell you how many liabilities you have. You know, so that's kind of the equation you use for everything.
Sell off all my collectibles and pay off all my debts. I think that puts me at $0.
I mean, this doesn't make sense though. This doesn't, if he sold his house for $270,000 right now, he would zero out his home loan, and then he would take $105,000 in cash. And then he'd have, $105,000 plus the $30,000 in crypto. So $135,000 in cash, go get an apartment, put the $135,000, not in crypto, in like something that's actually going to generate you some revenue. He could honestly, what he could do, especially in Arkansas, he could even look into going and buying like a duplex or a triplex apartment building, living in one of the units, managing it himself, and renting out the other 2 units to pay for the mortgage. Like, he could just do that and be much better than he is now. Basically not have a mortgage at all and have an asset. Like, with $135,000 cash, that's a pretty good down payment. Granted, his financial situation is pretty horrible, so it might be tough to get a loan on a duplex or triplex. He's also not a first-time home buyer, so he doesn't qualify for a lot of that stuff. But I also don't know what the real estate market's like in Arkansas, in Fayetteville, where he lives. I mean, a lot of the time, commercial loans for some people can be easier to get than personal loans. So if you go like with a 5 unit, it crosses over into commercial loans, which can sometimes be easier because they're only looking at the commercial, like the business side of it. How many units will you rent out? They might require you to get like a property manager. And they'll have certain limit, like one of the people I used to work with when I worked in commercial real estate, he ran into trouble because his loan had a bunch of contingencies that said, if your occupancy rates fall below this point, we increase your interest to this level. Which pretty much just accelerates the foreclosure process so the bank can take the whole apartment building. So like he had a crazy apartment building with like 50 units or something, and he only had 10 of them rented out. And the interest rates skyrocketed so quickly because he was failing all of these requirements of his loan that he lost the building. I mean, he easily lost like $2 to $3 million because he couldn't get units rented. So all of this to say, Boogie, just not official financial advice, just sell the freaking house and buy like a duplex if you can. Your problems will be solved. Like, problem solved. STR, thank you so much. I'm glad to hear a fellow Coloradoan is in here. Anyway, have you heard of the Ayaneo-kun? I don't think so. What is that? I'm not sure. I don't think I've heard of that.
Shit. I'm worthless.
You're not, though. You have like $165,000 in assets. Because the problem with this equation is that they don't have, like, if you're looking at the assets, yes, he has the $105,000 of home equity, but equity belongs in the equity section of the equation, which isn't listed as a separate item here. So really, under assets, they should list $270,000 house. And then when you subtract all this, he has $135,000 in cash plus his $30,000 in collectibles. So he's not broke. He just has to sell his damn house, which is going to be tough right now. The market's tough right now for sure. But if he's in a dire situation, lists it $250 just to get the house sold, he could probably sell it. Like, but he's not broke. This equation doesn't. This don't math. This don't math.
$0. Shit. I'm worthless.
Yeah, this is the hard part.
It's not mathing because Boogie is just trying to get personal sympathy. It tries to, or it's his personal narrative where he's the victim. I agree, like that's what Boogie wants, but the documentarian made a mistake because that's not how a personal net worth equation works. The documentarian should have been like, Boogie says his net worth is 0. That's not true. He has $135,000, but he's acting like he's broke and begging for money like he's broke when he's not.
Reality.
Yeah, this is after the weight loss surgery. He's attempting to save the $20,000 to have excess skin removed.
Feature.
He shows his skin apron next, which I won't show you just because I know some people will not find that appetizing. He did himself dirty with this shirt too. But I mean, like, again, he lost a ton of weight. He was down at like 330, 340, I think it was. He was looking great. And then he put all the weight back on. Not all the weight. He put on like another 100 pounds. He's now above 400, I believe.
Comedy sketches as well as like life vlogs and just sharing my personal life with other people.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen of YouTube? Boogie.
Yeah, this was like golden age Boogie. This is when I was watching him, and I just remember having a great time. He just was like comforting. You'd watch his videos and just feel good.
To 988 coming at my ankle on my left leg and head. But that's just the kind of woman I married. So give her some.
Yeah, 2018, 280,000 views a video. I mean, it's a nice house. I mean, look at this. Surprised he didn't blur out the license plate. Maybe this is the rental car for the filmmakers. I bet that's what it is. But it's a nice ranch style house. It's really nice.
Love in the comments section. Give her as much money as I used to make, and it's not exactly enough to make ends meet.
This is where I spend 6 to 8 hours a day trying to figure out how to save my career.
It's also really interesting because his studio space has steadily like also grown chaotic. Like he has things falling off the wall. You notice he has a mini fridge filled with Mountain Dew. I think it's diet Mountain Dew, but you shouldn't be drinking anything. Like the reason why dietitians, like I mentioned earlier, or like a couple of days ago, I have family members who are bodybuilders, and they have their like, whatever nutrition certifications or whatever it's called. And they say, if you struggle with sugary drinks, don't drink the diet stuff because it doesn't actually fix the problem. The problem is you're addicted to the sweet taste of sugary drinks. So drinking a diet soda doesn't actually fix it. You're still drinking what your brain thinks is a sugary thing. You're still addicted to it. You've just swapped it out for something. You should be trying to wean yourself off of it and instead replace it with something good, like green tea or something that is not going to just be filled with sugar. Because when you still have that addiction to sugar and the taste of it, the moment you get the chance to cheat with something else, like you need that little sugar fix, the sweet fix, and you see the bowl of candy corn, you're going to grab a fistful. Whereas if you've dealt with that addiction to the sweetness and you no longer crave it, you're okay. Like you'll see that bowl of candy corn and not engage with it.
What's up? Ladies and gentlemen of YouTube, we're getting a 90-day crush while I was getting to the power of the internet. And today, let's talk a little bit about why you gotta...
No joke, that is an awesome Xbox. I didn't even know they made Cuphead Xboxes. I think this is the One X. That's pretty fire though. But I mean, you see what I mean? Like, I don't know what happened, but his studio space has actually gotten weirdly worse. It used to look way bigger. I think he swapped out his webcam to something with a tighter FOV.
Ladies and gentlemen of YouTube, we're getting a 90-day crush while I was getting to the power.
Because like this camera angle is not what it used to be. It used to be way wider. It used to, I don't know. I don't think this camera is doing him any favors. I think you should swap to something ultra wide angle. I love myself a tight angle. Don't get me wrong. This is a 35 millimeter lens, maybe at like 5-6 feet, but this is that ultra wide, baby. If you want to see the whole room, this is what we use. You better believe it. You better believe it. Yeah, he still uses a folding table as a desk. He's been doing that for years.
The internet. Today, let's talk a little bit.
Man, when was the last time that was dusted?
Why you gotta do better than I did, right?
30-day financials made $57.42. $57.42 though. That's pretty good for somebody whose career is in the tank. I'm gonna be real with you. That's pretty good.
I told you guys, I told everybody, this is the center of my world, right?
$7,800 in expenses. So let's try to math this. $7,800, $2,000 we know is the mortgage, so $5,800 is still owed. I think he says his health insurance is like almost $1,000, which makes sense because he has a lot of health issues. So his health insurance is, I'm sure, very expensive. So let's also say $1,000. So let's take it down to $4,800. Like other miscellaneous expenses, like maybe internet service, electricity, trash, water, sewer, all that. Let's be really aggressive. Even like gas for the car, all of that stuff. Let's say another $1,000. Down to $3,800. Like another, like food for one person. I know he's bigger, but like, what do you give him for food? Like $800? You're still at $3,000. You're saying health related expenses are $3,000?
Here in this recliner with my dogs, watching television, playing video
like
games
for
on that television.
medications and stuff?
The other day, the audio on this TV started to go out.
Oh yeah, this part doesn't make any sense. He says the audio on the TV was going out.
And whenever it would make like S sounds, it would crackle. And so
Also, slight tangent. I'm just going to call it out. I freaking love crown molding. Look at this. Doesn't it look so good? My God, I love crown molding. It makes any house look like a palace. I swear. I think it looks awesome. I think it looks freaking awesome. I love crown molding. Anyway, if he has insurance, medication should be nominal. Maybe. Like my insurance, like I said, I pay $1,000 a month. I think it's like $1,051.82 or something like that. I have to pay over $1,000 a month for health insurance for me, Nikki, Lachlan, and Ori. $1,000 a month. Our like regular checkups and healthcare visits are like $20 copay. Most medications that are like tier 1 are like I think $25 or maybe $50 if they're tier 2. But then tier 3, which is just code for more expensive medications, we have to pay like 50% of it if it's an expensive medication. So it's like, yeah, if you're only taking in like maybe something really cheap, like maybe you need, like, I don't know what it's called. Maybe they prescribe some painkiller because you had a surgery or something. Or like after Nikki had Ori, she had a couple of medications prescribed for the healing process. And those were like $20 a bottle for those, you know, they weren't bad. But if we had severe health issues with more niche drugs, wouldn't surprise me if we had like a $500 prescription monthly, you know? And he'd probably hit a normal annual deductible. That's a good point. I mean, that's a really good point. If he's hitting his deductible, he should have everything else covered beyond that point. Because I think for our health insurance plan, if we spend more than $5,000 for an individual out of the 4 of us, that person will not have to pay anything else. That's their out-of-pocket maximum. So I wonder what his out-of-pocket maximum is. The tricky thing is just I don't have a ton of health issues, knock on wood, thankfully. So I don't know what it's like to try and get insurance when you do have a lot of health issues. And I know he has a ton. So I'm sure him trying to get insurance is a nightmare. Yeah, mine's through the open marketplace. Mine's not like a government subsidized one. I think Boogie has said before, though, that his health insurance is all through like the Obamacare stuff. But the Obamacare stuff is limited through income. So if he's making 57 something hundred a month, he might actually be outside of the range of income to qualify for that government subsidized healthcare. In which case it could actually benefit him to make less money. As screwed up as that is. Like he could be in a position where with all of his health problems, he would effectively have more money if he had lower income because he would qualify for government subsidized healthcare. How stupid is that? Like I could see a world where him uploading less could lead to more expendable income for him because he qualifies for government healthcare. It's crazy. It's crazy. I had to do Accutane years ago. Thank God I had insurance. That stuff is like $3,000 for a monthly prescription. My brother, he has a monthly or maybe bi-weekly. I don't remember what it is, but he has infusions. He gets at least once per month where they actually like put the needle in. It's for like a rare type of arthritis he has at only like 23 years old. And that is like, I think he said it's like $18,000 in infusion. Each time it's like $18,000. Again, thank God for health insurance, right? My God. He meets, like, no joke, meets the deductible within the first 2 weeks of the year.
I know I'm budgeting, but I immediately went to Amazon and bought a sound bar for $100. And then the next day, the TV stopped crackling. And now I have a $100 sound bar that I don't need.
Return the damn thing. Like, this is what they don't mention it. He doesn't even say return the sound bar. Like, it's not even opened yet. And yet he's like, now I have a $100 sound bar I don't need. Return the damn thing. You go in the app, you set it to return, you drop it off at a UPS store, you don't even have to pack it. They'll just return it for you. But he acts like he can't possibly return it. It doesn't make sense.
The TV stopped crackling. And now I have a $100 sound bar that I don't need.
Like, he has a car. He could go do it. He's doing nothing else during the day. There's nothing stopping him from returning it. It doesn't make any sense. Like, there's little things like this where it just doesn't, like, what he's saying doesn't add up. Like, it's like he's committed to making bad financial decisions.
But I know I'm supposed to be budgeting right now, but because that's my TV, because that's my only source of entertainment, because it's the only thing I do, it's one of the only things that bring me peace. Like, I'm like, I have to be able to hear my fucking TV. But that's every addict, right? Like Mitch Hedberg said, I'll just do enough heroin. And then he like OD'd on heroin, right? So I guess every addict tries to manage the addiction, but I don't know, man. We were talking about compulsion.
I mean, it's easy to see he does not know how to handle money. And I think he also is coming off of a period where he had a lot of money and he could buy whatever he wanted impulsively. And then he's going to having no money and he cannot do that anymore. And he doesn't know how to handle it. You know? Oh yeah, Pretty I did see that article. they're shipping all the pandas back to China because China requested, like, it's like a national pride thing. I don't understand it, but yeah. Hey, if they're happier in China, good for the pandas. I don't need to see pandas in person that much. I'll be okay. Whatever is best for the pandas. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like he isn't making the best decisions to get out of this situation. Yeah, well, and that's why some people are convinced that he is like an addict to the drama. Like, he loves being the victim and he's addicted to the victim status, which maybe is true, because I don't know why else you could say that he's just making all these mistakes. The other thing is just some people just struggle, dude. Like, some people need a partner to balance them out who makes them better and helps them not make these mistakes. And maybe for him, that was his wife, and he just hasn't had a partner that's been able to tell him, no, you idiot, don't spend $100 on a sound bar, or at the very least return it. Don't put all the money into crypto at once. What are you doing? Like, this doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense.
Also spending a minute ago?
Yeah.
Dude, I spent a lot of money on stuff. But you know where a lot of the money went?
This is the most insane thing, and this is where all sympathy goes out the window, okay? Are you ready? Wherever you thought this was going, I don't think you saw this. Buckle up. Buckle up, everybody. You ready?
And like, it felt really compulsive at the time.
Between 2018 and 2021, Boogie spent over $200,000 on sex workers across the U.S. $200,000. See what I mean when I'm like, he lost who he was, didn't know what he was doing, and his whole life changed, he didn't have a wife anymore, and he wasn't himself anymore. He changed visually and physically, he had new teeth, a new body, so he felt like he could go and just be a totally different person. He went out, hired a bunch of escorts, and spent over $200,000 on companionship. Which is pretty insane. And then he describes, how it happened, how it worked. He would go through some different websites. They did interview one of the people that used to work in that industry and let's just say had Boogie as a client. And apparently the night she spent with him was so let's just say difficult that she left sex work and used the income from her night with Boogie to fund her nursing degree, which good for her. Hopefully she's doing well now. But they show him like scrolling through these apps that he still apparently has access to. So it makes you wonder, is he still doing this? But like, these are the websites. It's like sugar daddy stuff where he goes in and he like will buy the girl a really nice purse and take her to dinner, and they'll go do something cool, and she's his like girlfriend for the night, and then they go back to the hotel room, and whatever happens, and all told, a single night he'll spend like $5 to $10 grand on one of these girls. Like, it's just crazy. It's crazy.
Leo, up, baby. I know. We'll go in a second. I gotta prep your brother.
The dogs are very cute. I actually am worried that if one of the dogs were to pass away or something, that might be the end of Boogie, because they seem like the only thing that really make him happy.
He's great. He's actually, I actually really love him a lot.
He has 100% not actually stopped doing that. I mean, he has this girlfriend he seems to really like now. So the question is like, did that snap him out of it? I don't know. It's a very valid question though. But maybe that's why he doesn't want to sell the house. It's like an addict, a gambling addict. If he sells the house, gets that $100,000+ of equity out, and that's just sitting in a checking account, is he worried that he's just going to impulsively spend all of it on hookers within like a month? Maybe. In an attempt to make ends meet, Boogie is selling his possessions.
What's it like to have to sell them to be able to live?
So selling off these things kind of sucks because I've been playing Magic for 30 years, and some of the cards in this box I opened back in 1994. I opened them in like 96, and I've held on to them ever since. And that's like they're a piece of my childhood. They're a piece of my history. I thought I was going to get buried with this stuff. This is my stuff. This is me. This is part of me. And I made some money off of YouTube last month, but I did not make enough. Without a sponsor or something like that, I'm not making enough. So we're going to.
So last month he only made $29.50. So in the last frame they said he made like $5,800. I think it was something like that. 57.48 or something. I think like that. Yeah. That makes me wonder if he got like a sponsor or if those were like tips or if he sold a bunch of stuff. That makes me wonder where that extra money came from. Because $29.50 sounds more accurate with what his view counts are. That adds up. Fresh, thank you for the $5 super chat, by the way. Hey, Luke, just woke up to the Rockstar tweet. Don't know if you have talked about it yet, but when you think GTA 6 may get released, I think it's late next year. I think because it's within their fiscal year, and I don't think it makes sense to launch it in the spring of 25. I think they probably just put it out October, November of 24. That's my guess. Thank you for the 5, by the way. I mean, that's just very generous. Thank you.
I'm gonna go to the game shop, but this is gonna keep me from going out on the streets, right? Like this is gonna keep me in a house.
He should have he should have listed his house for sale months ago. Like I think everybody could tell him that, but he has this like, I don't know if he's in denial, if he thinks he can magically turn it around. I don't know, but like he should have sold the house long ago. Selling his house and going to smaller is also a non-starter because of the huge interest rates he'd have to pay on another mortgage. Potentially, but he gets $100,000+ cash. He could go rent a 1-bedroom apartment. Yes, he's going to have to figure out what the hell to do with all of his crap, but figuring out what to do with your crap is better than having your house taken away by the bank, in my humble opinion. And even if he wanted to go buy a house, yes, rates are higher than they were a few years ago, but like I just bought a house with rates where they are, and with the house, with the deal that we got, because the seller was motivated to sell, I was able to get extra concessions. Like I was able to get rates negotiated down. The bankers bought down their own rates. Like bankers, brokers, and sellers are wanting to get deals done. And if there's a buyer on the market now, they clearly want to get a deal done. So there's ways to do it. Does he buy another house? No, I don't think so. Like, I don't think so. Unless he goes and gets like an investment property with that as the down payment, maybe with a commercial loan that he can then have the mortgage payment mostly paid by his tenants. Like that would be the ideal situation. But then again, we've seen how Boogie spends money. He's probably not capable of running something like that. So that's probably the main takeaway is that maybe Boogie's just not equipped for that. But who knows? I mean, I guess we'll see what he does in the coming months.
So I think it's bittersweet. I think he would find it bittersweet. He would have.
At this pace, Boogie will be bankrupt in 6 months.
I'm selling Magic cards on Whatnot. I'm selling collectibles on eBay. I'm selling arcade machines locally. I'll sell it all.
And I'm going to sell enough to help with mortgage, but I'm also going to sell enough to be able to play Magic tonight, because I don't want people wondering why I'm not there. I don't want people like knowing I'm broke. Like that's embarrassing. I can't afford $30 to play.
And so you agree to do a documentary opening up all of your financial history to everybody? What do you mean you don't want people to know that you're broke? Like you're talking to a camera about how you're broke and how you don't want to admit that you're broke. What? Like how does it, what? Maybe he's talking about like his friends. Like it's easier to talk to these guys who he doesn't know about it than talking to his friends, because talking to his friends is much more like he cares more about what they think than some random documentarian, right? Maybe that's what he means. I'd say like they're gonna find out, and respectfully, like it doesn't matter if you don't want them to know. You can't afford it. It doesn't matter if it's embarrassing. You can't afford it. Text your friends to come over and play Magic with you at your house for free.
Play Magic? So I'm spending $30 to play Magic tonight.
Because it's a Magic event where he has to pay a $30 entry fee. Gear Gaming.
Okay.
He's made videos with this guy in years past. I've seen him before. But yeah, going to a Magic tournament, playing together. Does look fun, honestly.
So this month, I need from you about $1,000 to make mortgage. So I need you to pick out like $1,000 for the stuff. Like there's a couple of cradles in there. There's a City of Traders in there.
Well, I could do 200 a piece on those.
What?
Also, oh my God. Enhance. What kind of psychopath puts their pop socket on the edge of the phone? What? Am I the only one that thinks that's really weird? That breaks my OCD brain. That like, oh God, I can feel the migraine coming on. Oh geez. His hands are too big. Maybe. I don't know. I've never seen somebody do that before. My mother does that, unfortunately. I've never seen that before. That's crazy. I've never seen that before. That's hilarious. That's freaking hilarious.
Dude, I thought we were looking more like 400, 450 on each of these. 175 is what it's down to.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Those
Good Lord, that took a beating. Fuck, these are reserved list cards, Glenn.
Yeah.
They're not going anywhere but up.
Okay. Well, you say that.
You say that.
But the dual lands went down.
I mean, yeah, all right. As long as I'm getting mortgage money, as long as I can get some cards there tonight, okay.
Honestly, like $200 for 2 cards, or $400 for 2 cards, so 200 a piece. That's not bad. That's not bad. Hold on, Joe Raptor just texted me. Okay. I mean, it's just like with all of this, there's a lot of little stuff that Boogie will say that just doesn't really make sense. And it's just the telltale signs of somebody in denial about their situation, where he doesn't want to admit to himself, or certainly to the people around him, how bad his situation is. And he's still kind of living off of the glory days a bit. And it's only going to get him in more and more trouble. And unfortunately, this is really common when people are in tough financial situations, where they get in really tough spots, but they don't want to admit it to themselves. And you just can't do this. You just can't do it. So, I mean, there's a lot more to the documentary. And protein in urine. What a freeze frame. Wow. There's a lot more to the documentary. I mean, they go through all of this. They hire, or they don't hire. They bring in like Mr. Grande, Dr. Grande, who has a YouTube channel, over 1 million subs, psychologist and everything. They have him talk about Boogie and offer his thoughts. This is probably the highlight for me, though. Boogie, they encourage Boogie to meet with a job counselor, a career counselor. So her job is to basically do a mock interview with you and then try to get you a job based on that interview. And she connects you with recruiters and tries to get you hired. Okay. Just watch Boogie when he knows he's in a job interview. Watch him self-destruct, because deep down, he doesn't want a job. He doesn't want this to go well. He wants to keep doing what he's doing. So just watch this.
I did work at a small game.
Yeah.
And where you think you want to go with the experience that you already have?
I did work at a small gaming store back in 2006, 2007. I am disabled. recognized by the state of Arkansas, but also the United States government.
Okay, that's not a problem. There's laws protecting that. We can work with this. You'd expect him to stop talking, right? No, he's going to make it so much worse. Just when you think it's gotten as bad as it can get, he finds a way to self-destruct further. Like, seriously, as we go, I want you to think this is the end. It can't get worse than this. And he will find a way to make it worse, okay? Just watch this. He's trying to win this person over, allegedly, in the interview. He's trying to convince them he should be hired. And watch how he does this. Self-destruction masterclass.
There's that. Now, the downside of that is I am extremely depressed. So there's some mental health issues that we bring to the table. And then physically, I am morbidly obese. I have no references, no work history, and no education. And when you Google my name, you might see rumors that I beat my ex-wife and I'm also a pedophile. Should mention I'm also a felon.
Okay. What's the nature of your felony?
Aggravated assault.
How old is it?
About 2 years.
Okay. So I think there are some avenues you could explore. I definitely don't think it.
Oh, God. It's just, yeah, so how are you doing today? Well, I'm a felon. I'm extremely depressed. You might see people say I beat my wife and that I'm a pedophile. I'm also a violent felon. Like, he just kept going. This is why, like, when you see that level of self-destruction, you have to wonder, do you actually want the job? Like, what are you doing? Are you trying to fail at this because, like, at least if you fail at this in this way, it's in your control, whereas you're afraid if you get a job and you fail at that, then it'll be outside of your control and it'll be just another failure. So you'd rather have control of this failure. You know, it's just mind-boggling that somebody would go in there and self-destruct in this way. And I mean, right after they contact Boogie and he gets another phone call. Let's see. I think it's here.
Go back to making. When I'm not going to.
Crimes or sexual crimes.
Hey, Mike. Listen, dude. I know we're making this documentary and everything, and I know you think I need to get a real job, but I just want to let you know I'm not going to. I'm not going to walk into some job when I have 4 million subscribers on YouTube. I'm one of the original YouTubers. What I'm going to do instead is go back to making content, go back to telling stories and entertaining people and making money doing it. And you want to check back with me in a couple of months? Let's see how things are going. All right? I'll talk to you then.
Again. Oh, you forgot the porn stuff. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, you're right. I should pull that up.
What's the nature of your felony?
Aggravated assault.
I forgot. It got worse than just this.
About 2 years.
Okay. So I think there are some avenues you could explore.
So I had forgotten. I was like, oh, that's as bad as it gets. No.
I definitely don't think it's impossible, but you have some challenges.
Yeah.
Lots of things in life are about your mindset, and you're using weight and disability. I can't. If that is the attitude that you're going to have when you approach everything, then you can't.
Preach.
And you won't.
I did work in the porn industry for the best part of 7 years, so I mean...
Be real with me. Do you really think it would be a good idea to go to a real interview and reference porn?
It depended on the job, I would think. Like, at a strip.
Oh my God. Like, Jesus. It's just amazing, man. Like, he just finds new ways to just be even more unhinged. It's just wild to me. It's crazy. So anyway, I won't go through the entire thing because, again, there's a lot more they talk about and with his girlfriend, who is, I think, 29 years younger than him. 29 years younger. Again, just to put that in perspective, when he was 29 years old, approaching 30, she was born. Just let that settle. Just let that that sink in a little. Now, they are consenting adults. She is 20 years old. They're consenting adults. Nobody's arguing this shouldn't be allowed. I'm just saying it's weird, okay? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, okay? I'm just saying it's weird. It's a little weird. A little weird. But the rest of the documentary, they show their relationship. It seems like he continues to gain weight. They show his YouTube income has continued to drop. And he's just doing a little bit worse and worse. And yeah. And then they go through like his fight against Jordy.
Against me. Shut the fuck up. People are going to see me win this thing.
Honestly, Boogie was a good trash talker. And then we all know how the fight went.
This is where I turn it all around. Right here.
Stops the contest, and therefore your winner, Wings.
Man, it was not even close. It was a little sad to watch, honestly. Watch this. Oh, ba-boom! That's the big one. He was still paid 10 grand. It's true. And I do want to issue a correction. Last time we talked about this, I said what I had heard from a clip of Boogie, which is that he had to pay for his own flights, hotels, meals, and all of that. That apparently was not true. Wings said that Keemstar's company did in fact pay for their travel and food. It seems like Boogie might have been saying it in the context of, yeah, he paid for it, but then they were reimbursed. It's not clear exactly what it was, but either way, it seems like they did get a $10,000 check in addition to having flights and stuff covered and paid for. So I was wrong when I said it before. It seems like it actually was covered. Still though, I'm just saying 10 grand for that, they got robbed. I mean, that is, in my opinion, my humble opinion, that is laughably low for what everybody else made on that fight. It's my opinion. Like, Keem made probably hundreds of thousands of dollars off that event, and the guys getting punched in the face made 10 after taxes, probably like $6,800. Like, that to me is rough. That to me is rough. If I were Booger or Wings, I would have negotiated like a flat percentage of the sales of tickets, but or proceeds, whatever. But yeah, for that, I would say, I mean, I would have expected a minimum, exactly, Epic Gamer. I would have expected a minimum of like 50 grand a piece, but you never know. But the rest of the documentary is really, really good. Again, I heavily encourage you to go check it out. He outlined some of his various expenses. Doctor's visits, $750, physical therapy, almost $1,000, labs, $325, car payment, $210, car insurance, $95. I mean, he does have a lot of expenses. Nobody's doubting that. You know, I don't see him. It's not like with DSP, where DSP is spending thousands of dollars on WWE Champions, a mobile game Candy Crush ripoff, and then he gets online and starts e-begging again, and it just doesn't make sense, because it's like, dude, you make over 100 grand a year e-begging. Where are you? Like, where's the money going? It doesn't make any sense. In the case of Boogie, the numbers line up with what he's making versus how much he's losing. What doesn't make sense is Boogie's attitude, where everything is, I'm just totally broke. Everybody needs to pity me. I got to sell all my stuff. Everybody help me, throw some money. Like, that doesn't add up. He has $130,000 in equity in his home. He could sell his house, even at a loss of what it could have been worth, because he's in a rush. Sell it for $110,000 in equity for take home, or even 100 grand in take home equity, and go get a single bedroom apartment. Yes, it's going to be tough. It's going to be kind of admitting failure to yourself, but he's he's failed. Like, there's no doubt. You got to figure it out. That's just, it is what it is. It is what it is. Who's worse though, Boogie or Wings? It depends on which context. Like, Wings, I think, I'm honestly not sure. Like, Wings has many of his own problems. Boogie's got many problems. They're just different, but I don't think one is like clearly worse than the other. Like, if you throw in Chris Chan all the way. Cyrax all the way. Like, there's clearly a differential there, but yeah, for Boogie versus Wings, I think they're roughly comparable as far as I can tell, at least. But again, go watch the documentary, just Boogie documentary by Mike Klum. We'll have it linked in the description during the stream clip. I highly recommend you watch it. It's very well done, and I'm hoping that Mike Klum goes and does a documentary piece. Honestly, a piece covering DSP would be a dream come true, because you would just catch DSP in all of these lies constantly. I think it could be really, really cool, but DSP's never going to agree to it. I don't think, because DSP, I think, is like, in some ways he's smarter than a lot of these lol cows and how he views things. He just does not engage with any of it. Whereas like Boogie will make YouTube videos and tweet incessantly responding to his detractors and everything. DSP at least tends to be a little more cut off and reserved from it. But yeah, I think DSP would be great. A really good documentary made on King Cobra JFS would be cool. Who's another one? I don't think he'd want to go do a documentary on Cyrax, because nobody wants to be in the same room with that guy. But that could be another level of crazy. Did Boogie make anything from the documentary? No. This was just exposure. Did DSP lie a lot? I know he went through so many issues, but what's his story now? He fell off the bandwagon years ago. DSP, yeah, he has grown addicted to, allegedly, a mobile game called WWE Champions. He denies that he's addicted to it, but people have confirmed it's his account with two-factor authentication, sending notifications to his phone number, because it's connected to an app that generates a phone number, and the account on that phone number generating app is tied to his actual phone number that's been leaked before. And so it is his account, and that account on WWE Champions has spent well over $100,000 in microtransactions on the mobile game. And it's like a straight up Candy Crush ripoff. And he's doing like gotcha game polls to get sweaty JPEGs of different characters. He's like pretty deep down the rabbit hole of gambling addiction with that game, but he denies it, and he will spend, like, people have done the tests where he will get a $1,500 check from YouTube for one of his channels, and that night they can track it. He spends $1,500 in WWE Champions on that account. So like his version of the story, what he says happens is that, and no joke, he says that there is a detractor out there, somebody who doesn't like DSP enough, that somebody out there is spending over $100,000 actively playing WWE Champions day in, day out, even logging into it 8 to 10 times a day, even at 3 to 4 to 5 in the morning, waking up in the middle of the night to play this mobile game. And that detractor's doing that just to make him look bad. That's DSP's version of the story. So yeah, Luke's that detractor. Yeah, that's where all my money went. Yeah, it's been me all along. So like DSP is another level of scumbag in my opinion, because he is lying to his audience, saying he needs money to pay bills when he's taking that money and playing a mobile game and lying to them about where the money's going. And when you take money while lying about where it's going, you're a scammer, and all bets are off. So Phil is like another level. Phil's another level. Boogie, I think, is just kind of pathetic and sad at this point. Wings as well has just gotten kind of sad, so it's not as entertaining. DSP, it's just you watch it and you're kind of actively rooting for it all to collapse, because it's kind of what he deserves. He's single-handedly keeping that game alive. Yeah, it's honestly like, if it were anybody else, I would feel really sad for DSP, because like clearly he's addicted, and like if you do anything and you have to wake up in the middle of the night to do it, there's a problem. I mean, that's a red flag. Whether it's smoking or vaping or drinking, like I've known people that have had to wake up in the middle of the night and sleep with their vape in their hand under the pillow and wake up in the middle of the night half asleep to take a hit and then go back to sleep. Like, that's how addicted they are to the nicotine. That's a problem. I mean, clearly that's a late stage addiction. And for him, it's this stupid mobile game. He has to wake up in the middle of the night to play this stupid mobile game and spend hundreds and thousands of dollars on it. It's crazy. And yeah, you're right. He turned down, apparently Keemstar said he would make about 50 grand doing the LolCow podcast with Boogie and Wings. And DSP turned it down. Turned down 50 grand. Now, it probably wasn't going to be a straight check of 50 grand. Like, Keem probably would have negotiated that it would be like 5 grand a month for 10 months or whatever. But I think DSP turned it down because he knew if he had that income coming in, he wouldn't be able to e-beg, because everybody would be like, you're getting paid by Keemstar. Why stop begging? You don't need the money. And he's addicted also. I think he has a process addiction to the e-begging and he can't snap out of it. What's wrong with the Wings guy? Wings, I implore you to go watch the Frederick Knudsen video on him from a few years ago. You'll just, look up like Wings of Redemption Frederick and it'll pop up in autofill. But that's a very good kind of documentary style video on it. Redemption. This video right here. Wings of Redemption, Down the Rabbit Hole. If you watch this, I mean, this'll blow your mind. It goes through the whole thing. It's 2 hours long, but you'll be surprised at just how well it's put together. It's very well done. It goes through like his whole backstory, getting started early on YouTube, blowing up to infamy and just slowly collapsing. And it's fascinating. I mean, it's quite a tale. It's quite a tale, but they'll do a much better job of explaining it. Wings is not on the same level of DSP. As far as I can tell, he's done a couple of things that were kind of scammy, where he's taken money for like a weight loss surgery that he didn't get. And then eventually he did get it, but it was only after like another year and a half or something. So there's been a lot of things with Wings. His story is just very, very long. DSP's story is long too, but each era of DSP is another level of crazy. So it just changes. Review Tech USA is another bizarre lolcow. As far as I can tell, Review Tech USA is like teetering on the edge. Like, he could very easily fall down in and become a full lolcow, but I'm not sure if he has like the detractor community that's doing it. In 10 minutes is Take Two's earning call. Hope Strauss slips some info. Unfortunately, I have to go. I'm out of time. I have to go, but I don't expect them to leak anything or slip up, because all of this stuff is scripted very, very heavily. Everything they say in these earnings calls has been vetted by every lawyer on the team. They have to say it word for word identically to how it was planned. Like, there is no slip ups when billions of dollars are on the line. The paradox is that as long as people like Penguin Zero, Sunny V2 keep making videos about these weird people, they will keep up their antics. Yeah, well, and there's a community of people, and even I am kind of part of it, where like, you get addicted to, it's like, it's reality TV, but online, where the people are filming themselves. Like with Wings and Boogie and stuff, it's like reality TV, but they're filming their own demise. And hopefully, in some cases, you hope for their comeback. Like, we'd all love for all of a sudden Boogie to turn it all around and figure it out and everybody loves him again. Because of course we'd love to love more people, but it's unlikely that that happens, unfortunately, at this point, I think. Alonzo, thank you for the 5. Sup, are you going to play Hogwarts Legacy on Switch when it comes out? It's mostly for my wife, since Switch games bore me. She plays Dreamlight Valley. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm going to try it. I think it comes out on the 14th, so in about a week. So when it comes out, I'll be trying it. No podcast today. It looks like we're going to do it tomorrow, just because of how the schedule's lined up. I watched DSP's content. Oh, wait, my chat disappeared. I watched DSP's content since the beginning, and he's been in so many issues economically and personally, but now I see he might have put a lot of these issues on himself. Yeah, no, he he also like stopped paying taxes for a couple of years, and then he had this massive tax bill come, and then he tried to like e-beg to have everybody else pay for it. It was like, bro, like you did that to yourself. Like, why is it everybody else's responsibility to do that? Like, to fix your problem, dig you out of that hole. How does that make sense? Yeah. What time are you planning for tomorrow's podcast? I think it'll be at the normal time. So like half an hour before right now, if that makes sense. But tomorrow. All of DSP's friends abandoned him. I wonder why. It's that they also like, he did that show with them, and I forget what it was called, but he was doing an online show with them and apparently promised to split the Patreon money with them. And then he just didn't. He just didn't, because he spent all the money on stuff he wanted to do. And I don't know if he's admitted to being addicted to a handful of online games and mobile games before. He just says this particular one he's not addicted to. But he's like, yeah, I've been addicted to other games before. But he says WWE Champions, he's not. Project 7, that's what it is. Project 7, yeah. Yeah, Project 7. I think that was Boogie. Or that was DSP. Yeah. They like got a Patreon collection, and they were making like a lot of money from that Patreon to put this show back on, and he just kind of pocketed it and didn't share it with anybody. They didn't make the show. He just kept the money. It's like Spoonie, when Spoonie took all that money to produce like a movie. I think it was like an actual movie. He said, if we hit this Patreon goal, I'll make a movie, a Spoonie movie. And he met that goal and just never did it. And I think even Joseph Anderson, the game critic, I think he even got in some hot water because he had the Patreon page for making the Witcher 3 video. And he had that going for like a year or two, I think. Might have been longer. And he put out part 1 of the Witcher 3 video going through the Witcher 1 game. I think it was just the Witcher 1. And he just hasn't done anything else. He still streams like almost every day. So he's still out there. But he just took like all sorts of money through Patreon. I don't know if he ended up refunding it, so don't quote me on that. But I remember seeing people come into my comment section upset that video still wasn't out from Joseph after they sent him a ton of money on Patreon. So I don't know if that ever got resolved, but Patreon can be dangerous. People get money from it, and then for some reason, a lot of people just walk away from it. I don't know what it is. GTA 6 will be announced to come out in 2024, but delayed to 2035. Oh God, I forgot about Spoonie. Yeah, Spoonie. That's another one I think Frederick Knutson did a video on. If you look up Down the Rabbit Hole Spoonie, man, that's a smaller one. That's a smaller story. He's kind of largely fallen off. Not many people know about him. But yeah, he's another person out there that does that was big on the internet, on YouTube way back in the day, and just, yeah, it all fell apart. It was a part of the Nostalgia Critic universe. Yeah, before that imploded. Yeah, that's a whole other story. Tell you what. But anyway, guys, I actually do have to go. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. This has been a tremendous stream. You guys were not only ridiculously generous, and we had a ton of new subs and memberships. I'm just totally baffled. You guys are all amazing, and I appreciate you dearly. You all are wonderful. I will be back tomorrow for the podcast. Like I said, Friday we will be back for our regularly scheduled programming, and I'm also going to try to find time to slip in a members only / sub only stream. I just have to figure out how to do that. I don't know if I can do both at the same time, or if I have to do 2 separate streams, one members only and one sub only. I'm honestly not sure. So we'll figure it out. I just have to screw around with it. Yeah, everybody, go have a great day. Don't spend your money on WWE Champions, for real. Okay, much love. I'll see you in the next one. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.